Chapter 1235 I'll skin you alive. Chapter 1235 I'll skin you alive. Run. Run quickly. That was what Yang Yi had to do right now. The huge ape's strength and physical defenses were horrifyingly strong, and it wasn't something he could resist right now. Even if he could use his sword, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he could go against the huge ape, let alone now when he couldn't use his sword. This time, Yang Yi didn't dare to hold back at all, and he raised his speed to its limits. He'd merely fought the huge ape for a short, while earlier yet had almost been crippled. So, if he were to let it catch up to him, then the furious ape would definitely fight him to the death. Based on the state he was in right now, he would definitely be killed. He was very confident, but he wouldn't act foolishly and with conceit. Fighting to the death without sufficient strength wasn't confidence but foolishness. Yang Yi dashed all along the way, and he'd passed through the territory of some demon beasts. However, not only did they show no intent to obstruct him, they hurriedly moved aside for him. Yang Yi naturally didn't enjoy such treatment, and the only reason they did that was naturally because of the huge ape behind Yang Yi. Even before it arrived, its aura had already horrified the demon beasts on the island. So, would any of them dare to stop Yang Yi? They just hoped Yang Yi fled faster and left their territory. Yang Yi traveled unobstructed all along the way, and he didn't look at the surroundings as well. In any case, he was fleeing wherever he could. Because he was faster than the black ape, the gap between them was growing larger and larger. However, Yang Yi didn't relax because it seemed like it refused to let him go. Yang Yi naturally hadn't forgotten Yun Banqing. After he obtained her location, he took a circle, created some distance with the black ape, and then found her on an ancient tree. Yun Banqing was about to speak when she saw him, but Yang Yi didn't give her any time for that. He just grabbed her in his arm and ran. Even though he couldn't see the huge ape anymore, its aura was still locked onto him. So, he didn't dare relax at all. After all, it would arrive before him in an instant if he stopped. Actually, he was lucky that it was a demon beast and not a human. If it was a human voider, then he wouldn't be able to escape without utilizing the void flash technique. When compared to humans, demon beasts were blessed by nature when it came to their size, physical defense, and physical strength. But they had a flaw too. It was that they couldn't utilize any powerful techniques or treasures. That was why humans could fight demon beasts. Otherwise, humans would have been annihilated if they could only use their bodies as well. Just like that, Yang Yi ran while the black ape pursued. This pursuit carries on for 2 days. Fortunately, Yang Yi had violet crystals to ceaselessly restore his profound energy. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart a long time ago. On the 3rd day, Yang Yi and Yin Banqing left the mountain range, and a boundless desert was before them. Yang Yi had intended to continue through the mountain range because he had cover there, so it made it easy for them to hide themselves. However, Yun Banqing asked him to go through the desert. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but he decided to listen to her in the end, and he continued towards the depths of the desert. Yun Banqing spoke while being carried in Yang Ye's arms. "We'll arrive at Sword God's palace if we continue forward." Yang Yi asked, "Really?" Yun Banqing said, "After he got to the island that day, we shouldn't have gone into the mountain range, and we should have gone around instead. Because that mountain range was where the Sword God's palace used to temper its disciples, and that's why there were so many demon beasts there. The correct path is to go around it to this desert, because Sword God's palace is at the center of the desert." Yang Ye's face darkened when he heard this. "So I went to the wrong place. No wonder I encountered demon beasts everywhere." However, it couldn't be helped because there were 4 emperors chasing after him, so entering the mountain range was the best choice for him at the time. Because divine sense couldn't be utilized in the area, so they could conceal themselves in the mountain range. But it would be impossible to head on open ground. Yun Banqing said, "I researched the Sword God's palace before coming to the island. For some unknown reason, everything in an area of 500,000 kilometers around Sword God's palace was obliterated all those years ago. It was transformed into an expanse of scorched ground, and that ground transformed into a desert after 10,000 years of time. So, entering the desert is equivalent to getting close to Sword God's palace. Of course, we aren't very close either." Yang Yi nodded. It was fine so long as they got to Sword God's palace. Why? Because when he entered the ruins, he could use his sword. Utilizing the sword outside the ruins of Sword God's palace was prohibited, but it wasn't prohibited inside it. Yang Yi turned his head back and took a glance behind him. Even though he didn't see the black ape, its aura was still locked onto him. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he sped up. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly asked, "You can fight void or realm demon beasts?" Yang Yi said, "Only a few blows." Yun Banqing glanced at him and remained silent. The desolate desert was boundless, and sandstorms arose from time to time, causing Yang Ye's face to gradually grow solemn. According to Yun Banqing, this place hadn't been like this. In other words, it was man-made. That person was definitely the one who destroyed Sword God's palace all those years ago. The strength of a person capable of single-handedly destroying Sword God's palace and obliterating an area of 500,000 kilometers around it. Just the safest estimate placed that person on par with Lady before Lady had recovered from her injuries, and that person might even be stronger. Yet such a person was extremely hostile to sword cultivators. Yang Yi felt depressed when he thought up to this point, because it was like an inherent enemy to him. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt the ground shudder while sand sprayed up in the air. It was absolutely shocking. Yun Banqing said, "It's growing faster." The lack of obstructions was disadvantageous to Yang Yi and her, but it was advantageous to the black ape, because it was gaining speed, and Yang Yi wasn't surprised by that. The profound energy within him immediately surged, and he sped up again. However, the gap between him and the black ape was growing shorter and shorter. After another 2 days of pursuit, the black ape was just 3 kilometers behind them. This made Yang Ye's face turn gloomy because if this continued, then it would catch up to them before they got to Sword God's palace. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he gazed at Yun Banqing. "We are probably not far from Sword God's palace. Go on without me. I'll stay and play with it." As he spoke, he grabbed her waist and swung her away while he stopped on the spot, and then he turned around to face the black ape. He didn't speak a single word, and he just clenched his right fist slowly. A moment later, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and then his figure shot forward before slamming his fist at the black ape. Roar! It roared furiously as it leaped up and slammed its fist at Yang Ye's fist. Bang! Their fists collided. The black ape was instantly pushed almost 100 m back while Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. Yang Ye's figure had just stopped when a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. He wiped off the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth, looked up, and then his pupils constricted in an instant. A moment later, a blood-red shield appeared in front of him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as Yang Yi flew backwards with the shield. However, his figure stopped a moment later, and then he shot forward once more. Meanwhile, the black ape leaped up and shot towards Yang Yi as well. Once he arrived around 100 m before the black ape, a ray of blood-red light surged out from within him, and then a terrifying and invisible force pressed down upon the black ape. It was his slaughter intent being condensed to the brink. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the black ape's eyes as it slammed his fist forward again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a terrifying wave of energy arose between Yang Yi and the black ape. Meanwhile, the black ape slammed its fist forward, and it instantly obliterated the wave of energy. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before the black ape, and he swung his fist at its chest. Bang! The black ape was blasted backwards, but it had merely moved around 30 m back before it stomped his right foot backwards, and then it instantly stopped moving back. After that, it immediately stomped its right foot down again, and it shot forward and arrived before Yang Yi in an instant. Just like before, it slammed its fist at Yang Yi. It was simple and violent. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He grabbed the blood-red shield with both hands and raised it up against the black ape's fist. Bang! The shield shook violently. Yang Yi felt his arms go numb, and then his figure was blasted backwards while his feet scraped against the ground. Meanwhile, the black ape leaped forward again and slammed its fist down at Yang Ye's shield. Bang! Pooh! The shield shook violently while a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Ye's mouth, and his figure was blasted flying again. As for the black ape, it didn't stop and charged at Yang Yi again. Just like that, explosions resounded incessantly. In the end, Yang Ye's shield started to crack apart, and it was really on the verge of being destroyed. After being struck a few dozen times, a strand of terrifying intent surged out from within Yang Yi. As soon as that intent appeared, the black ape was immediately blasted around 300 m away. Rebirth rank sword intent. A wisp of shock flashed through the black ape's eyes. But it didn't take long for it to seem to have thought of something, and the shock transformed into terror. I'll skin you alive. Yang Yi put the blood-red shield away, and then he walked towards the black ape. There was an intense sword in his grasp now. However, his hands were trembling. They were trembling from the force of the black ape's attacks. He felt aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. He'd been beaten to the point he practically didn't have the ability to fight back, and it made him feel aggrieved to the limit. As he watched the black ape hit harder and harder, and treat him like an utter sandbag, he couldn't be bothered about that mysterious expert any longer. All he wanted to do now was take revenge. The black ape gazed at Yang Yi, but it didn't attack and moved backwards repeatedly. You're afraid? Are you afraid? Yang Yi grew faster and faster while Rebirth rank sword intent appeared in the surroundings. Meanwhile, his intense sword was howling incessantly. But right when he was about to attack, it sounded like a blade had sliced through a piece of cloth. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the sky had been sliced open, and then a finger emerged from there. The black ape howled when it saw that finger, and then it turned around and fled. Yang Yi was stunned as he gazed at it, and then he looked down at the sword in his grasp. He spoke with a muddled expression. I drew my sword? How could I have drawn my sword? Chapter 1236, I'll take you down with me, even if I must die. Chapter 1236, I'll take you down with me, even if I must die. At the moment that finger appeared in the sky, the entire sky started to warp, and then the tens of thousands of kilometers of desert below it started to collapse. The terrifying energy contained within the finger made all the demon beasts beneath the Voider realm lay flat on the ground. It was simply capable of obliterating the world. It felt like it could obliterate the world. After he recovered from his shock, he howled just like the black ape before charging at the black ape. This time, he didn't conceal his strength, so his speed was extremely swift. It took a mere moment for him to catch up to the black ape, and the finger aimed itself at him and the black ape. The black ape's pupils constricted to the size of needles when it noticed this scene, and it turned around to gaze at Yang Yi before roaring with fury, "Human, get the fuck away. You can speak?" Yang Yi was stunned and said, "Does where I go have anything to do with you?" Roar. The black ape roared furiously at Yang Yi, while its imposing aura swept towards Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for Yang Ye's sword intent to block it off. While the imposing aura of a Voider was very formidable, it wasn't stronger than Rebirth rank sword intent. Die. The black ape swung his fist at Yang Yi. Yang Yi refused to be outdone and swung his sword at the black ape as well. Clang. An explosion resounded as Yang Ye's figure was pushed around 100 m back, but a bloody injury had appeared on the black ape's fist. Blood was surging out incessantly from it. The black ape paid no attention to Yang Yi, and it dashed away. However, Yang Yi was like a ghost that just wouldn't go away, and he appeared by the black ape's side again. This made the black ape's face become unsightly while still maintaining the ferocity on it from before. Bang! Meanwhile, the finger in the sky suddenly descended towards them at extreme speed. The black ape was visibly terrified. Human, fuck off. I don't want the adamantium fruits anymore. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he said, "Big fella, you only have one choice right now, and it's to join forces with me to deal with that finger. Otherwise, we'll both die." As soon as that finger appeared, Yang Yi knew that unless the sword spirit or Cheong Qi showed themselves, he was definitely finished. The formidable energy it contained wasn't something an ordinary sword technique could resist. It could be said that it gave him a feeling. What feeling? It felt like facing Lady who had Peacekeeper in her grasp. The strength of that mysterious expert was definitely stronger than Lady in her injured state. Yang Yi knew that he was in trouble. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face, while even the ancient sheath had appeared in his grasp, and the intense sword in his right grasp had been exchanged for a blood-red sword. The black ape was furious when he heard Yang Yi, and he roared furiously at Yang Yi, "Human, you're shameless." "So what if I am?" Yang Yi gazed at the black ape and said, "Big fella, are you going to join forces with me or not? If you refuse, then I'll take you down with me even if I must die." "Ah!" The black ape roared with rage. Meanwhile, the finger was less than 300 m above them, and the powerful pressure it emanated caused both Yang Yi and the black ape to slow down. Yang Yi slowly tightened his grip on the blood-red sword, because if the black ape refused to join forces with him, then he would be crippled today even if he could avoid death. "Human, I'll definitely kill you." The black ape turned to gaze at Yang Yi while he howled with fury, and then he continued, "What's your plan?" Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and said, "You use your strongest attack, and we'll attack at the same time." Roar! The black ape roared with fury before his body expanded swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he was numerous times larger than before, and he stomped his right foot against the ground before charging up into the air towards the finger. Meanwhile, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to press the blood-red sword against the center of his forehead. A moment later, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. This time, he naturally hadn't held back, nor did he dare to hold back. Rebirth rank sword intent, void rank sword intent, his physical strength, the laws of speed, and heaven's gravestone that was at the void rank now. With the support of his full strength, the ultimate version of death by a thought which he executed now was much stronger than any other instance of it in the past. Everywhere the blood-red sword passed, space seemed weak as a piece of paper and was instantly sliced open. Just like that, man and beast collided with the finger. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded throughout Sword God Island. A few breaths of time later, the finger vanished while both man and beast were lying on the ground. The black ape had become small, and one of his arms were gone. Besides that, his entire body was covered in cracks like spiderwebs stretched through his body. He simply seemed like he'd been sliced into pieces. As for Yang Yi, his condition wasn't much better. Even though his limbs were still intact, his body was covered in cracks just like the black ape. As for the blood-red shield, it had been transformed into pieces that were scattered all over the ground. At the critical moment, he'd used the shield to protect himself. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have just cracked apart. It would have exploded into pieces. The man and beast laid on the ground while gasping incessantly for air, while fear lingered in their eyes. The facts proved that they were utterly incapable of resisting that finger without joining forces with each other. Yang Ye's face was extremely solemn as he gazed up at the sky. Now, he'd finally witnessed how terrifying that mysterious expert was. After all, that expert's body was somewhere far away, and just a single finger had almost crushed both him and a Voider Realm demon beast. Such strength was much stronger than Lady, while she was still in an injured state. Moreover, this expert was extremely hostile to sword cultivators. Yang Ye's heart couldn't help but feel heavy at the thought of that. Suddenly, the space in the sky started to split apart again. Both Yang Yi and the black ape were stunned, and then their expressions became unsightly. Suddenly, the black ape seemed to have thought of something, and he swiftly turned to look at Yang Yi while speaking angrily, "Damnable human, quickly put away your sword and sword intent. Hurry." Yang Yi shuddered when he heard this, because he'd almost forgotten about that. He hurriedly put the blood-red sword away and withdrew his sword intent. In next to no time, the sword domain made it so that he didn't emanate the aura of sword intent at all. The man and beast just gazed silently at the sky while extreme anxiety could be seen on their faces. They were even holding their breaths. A few breaths of time passed, and then they watched anxiously as the crack in the sky healed slowly. Huff, huff. Both of them heaved sighs of relief, because if another finger descended, then they would have no choice but to wait for death to arrive. Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed, and he turned around to gaze at the black ape. At this moment, the black ape was looking at him, and the black ape revealed a ferocious expression that carries ghastly killing intent and rage. The black ape felt aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. After all, how could he not feel aggrieved when a human had almost caused his death? The black ape crawled up slowly from the ground, and then he started walking towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi crawled up from the ground as well. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Come closer and I'll withdraw my sword." The black ape immediately stopped moving and stared fixedly at Yang Yi. If his gaze could kill, Yang Yi would be dead by now. Yang Yi didn't care about the black ape's gaze. Even though his recovery was quick, he couldn't fight the black ape right now if he didn't use his sword. The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Human, you're a sword cultivator, yet you actually dared to come here." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he noticed that the black ape had no intention to attack, and he asked, "Who was that person? Do you know who it was?" The black ape didn't answer and replied with a question instead. "Why is your sword intent above the void rank?" Yang Yi replied, "Answer me first." The black ape spoke furiously. "Why aren't you the one who replies to me first? You're so weak." Yang Yi spoke angrily. "That's because I wasn't using my sword. If I use my sword, I'll definitely be able to skin you alive." The black ape replied, "Your cultivation is too low. You can't kill me even with sword intent above the void rank." "All right, let's not linger on this." Yang Yi shrugged. "My sword intent improved after receiving Senior Jin Wuji's guidance on Godfall Mountain." "The Palace Master's guidance?" The black ape's expression changed. You met the Palace Master?" Yang Yi glanced at the black ape's expression and nodded. "Of course, I've already inherited his sword Dao. I'm here on his instruction." "Right. I'm the Palace Master of Sword God's Palace now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi ceaselessly observed the change in the black ape's expression. Earlier, he'd heard from Yun Banqing that the demon beasts here had been raised by Sword God's Palace. In other words, the black ape might submit to him after he revealed his identity as the Palace Master of Sword God's Palace. The Palace Master? The black ape frowned. Yang Yi quickly nodded, "Of course." The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Where's the Sword God seal?" Yang Yi was speechless. The black ape glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Would anyone acknowledge you as the Palace Master without the Sword God seal?" Yang Yi asked, "All of you'll submit if I have the Sword God seal, right?" The black ape replied, "Submit? Are you dreaming?" Yang Yi was astounded. "Weren't all of you raised by the Sword God's Palace?" The black ape answered, "In the past, but not now. Besides that, the Sword God's Palace is gone, so we aren't bound to it anymore." Yang Yi was stunned for a while before he spoke angrily. "Since you refuse to submit, then why ask so much?" The black ape's expression changed, and he replied angrily, "Human, watch what you say." Yang Yi grunted coldly, "I'm not going to waste another breath on you. Now, you walk backwards, and I'll walk backwards as well. We'll stay out of each other's business." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and fled. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly said, "Wait." Yang Ye's expression changed, and he turned around to gaze at the black ape. "What? Do you want to fight?" The black ape replied furiously, "Give me back my adamantium fruit tree and the adamantium fruits." Yang Yi stated, "Those are mine." The black ape was furious. "They clearly were mine." Yang Yi replied, "They were, but they are mine now." I'll kill you." The black ape was exasperated. Its aura surged out from it, and it was about to attack. "Do you think that I'm afraid of you?" Yang Yi was furious as well, and he flipped his palm. An intense sword instantly appeared in his grasp. As soon as the sword appeared, both Yang Yi and the black ape were stunned. Chapter 1237 How Accurate? Chapter 1237 How Accurate? The black ape roared with fury, "Quickly put your sword away." Yang Yi had put his sword away before the black ape finished speaking. Both of them looked up at the sky. The space there was rippling, and it made their eyelids twitch. Fortunately, The space there returned to normal after rippling for a while. Huff, huff. Both of them heaved sighs of relief. The black ape suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi and roared with fury, "Human, do you want to die?" Yang Yi puckered his lips. "Look how cowardly you are. To think that you're at the Voider realm. You're a bigger coward than a saint." The black glared angrily at Yang Yi, while its chest rose and fell rapidly. Its fists were clenched tight because it really wanted to attack. Yang Yi said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I don't have time to play with you. Until next time." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. The black ape didn't stop Yang Yi this time. It was mainly because he didn't dare stop Yang Yi. He was truly quite afraid. Afraid that Yang Yi would draw his sword. Or to be more precise, he was afraid of that mysterious expert. Even though he hadn't stopped Yang Yi, he would definitely not let it go just like that. Unless he could vent the grievance in his heart, he would probably be unable to sleep for a very long time. The black ape suddenly roared with fury as he watched Yang Yi's figure vanish into the distance, and then he slammed his fists against the ground. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed. Yang Yi walked forward for around 15 minutes. Once he confirmed that the black ape hadn't followed him, he instantly fell to the ground and started gasping for breath. His injuries had naturally not healed completely. It wasn't just his body that had cracked open earlier, even his internal organs had been injured. Even though the black ape's injuries were very severe as well, it was merely external injuries for the black ape. It hadn't suffered any internal injuries. Actually, he hadn't drawn his sword rashly earlier. He'd done it intentionally. Even though it was quite risky, he had no other choice. Because the black ape would definitely not let him leave if he didn't do that. Yang Yi withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it. He just left it to transform into spirit energy that was absorbed by the tiny vortex while he looked up at the sky instead. Before this, he'd felt that his strength was sufficient to roam this world, and there probably wasn't anyone in this world who could pose a threat to his life. Moreover, he felt that even voids would be helpless against him if he chose to flee. After all, he was a mid-rank saint now, and his sword intent was at the rebirth realm. Coupled with the void flash technique, even voiders couldn't rival his speed when he used his full strength. Yet now, he noticed that he was still quite weak. Not quite very weak. Without the help of the sword spirit or Cheong Qi, he could only resist a voider or flee, and he couldn't defeat a voider. As for experts above the voider realm, like that mysterious expert, he didn't know what realm of cultivation that person was at, but it was definitely much greater than the voider realm. Rebirth rank sword intent, the divine shift realm of physical attainments, and the mid-rank of the saint realm are far from sufficient. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he clenched his fists slowly. If he couldn't even kill voiders, then how could he return to the radiant dimension to face the guardians? How could he go to Lady's Air? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started to focus on recovering. Presently, his main objective was to recover, and then travel to the ruins of Sword God's palace to get the stellar sword diagram and Sword God seal. An hour later, Yang Yi stood up and vanished into the distance. After traveling for 8 hours, a damaged expanse of city walls appeared within his field of vision. The city walls were almost 1 kilometer tall. As for their width, they stretched out endlessly towards the distance. However, the city walls were damaged. It was broken here and there, and the gate on it was decrepit. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Yang Yi glanced at the scene before him. Meanwhile, ripples arose in the space before him. Yun Banqing was contacting him. A short while passed before Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi saw Yun Banqing right after he entered the city, but there were over a dozen others by her side. Yun Banqing was delighted to see him, and she hurriedly ran over to him and said, Are you all right?" Yang Yi smiled. "I'm all right." She glanced at him, and then she withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Yang Yi. "They're all in there." Yang Yi took it and shot a glance at it. Sure enough, the adamantium fruit tree and the adamantium fruits were within it. He nodded and said, "I wouldn't have been able to obtain these without you, so let's share it equally." He was about to give her half when she shook her head. "I don't want it." Yang Yi was puzzled by her reaction. "Why?" Yun Banqing said, "You saved my life. and I would be dead without you. So how can I take that? Yang Yi was about to speak when she added, don't say anything. I have my own principles that I live by, and I would look down on myself if I accepted it. He glanced at her and smiled. Your refusal is very welcome. Yun Banqing grinned. Meanwhile, a voice arose from the side. Miss Yun. Who's that? Yang Yi looked over to the source of the voice. He saw a green-robed man and a group of others walking towards him and Yun Banqing. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, Yi Yang, a friend of mine. After that, she introduced the green-robed man to Yang Yi, Lin Huang. I encountered some trouble when I entered the city, and it was all thanks to his help that I'm safe now. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Huang and nodded slightly. In the end, his gaze stopped for a moment on the old man behind Lin Huang, an emperor. Besides the old man, all the others in the group were quasi-emperors, including Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang's aura was much stronger than the others. Lin Huang sized up Yang Yi and nodded, and then he gazed at Yun Banqing. Miss Yun, the streets aren't safe. Let's return to our lodgings. She nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. It's very chaotic here. Let's look for a place to rest for now. Yang Yi nodded, all right. Even though he wanted to head to Sword God's palace right now, he didn't know anything about this place. Not to mention the Sword God's palace's location, he didn't even know which direction it was in. So, the best course of action was to familiarize himself with this place. Lin Huang nodded and led them away. Yun Banqing explained, this is Sword City, a city that was under Sword God's palace all those years ago. Don't underestimate this city. Even if the Sword God's palace didn't exist, very few would have dared to offend this city. Of course, it was because it was maintained by the Sword God's palace. Unfortunately, because most of its experts trained in the sword, it was destroyed in the end. I can only wonder what sort of terrible enmity there is between that mysterious expert and the Sword God's palace. I want to know the answer to that as well, said Yang Yi. He really did want to know, because not only did that person destroy Sword God's palace, that person was even hostile to all the sword cultivators in the world. He felt that it wasn't warranted. Yun Banqing glanced at the surroundings and said, this city is a place to stop and rest. The experts that come to Sword God Island would usually choose to stop and rest here, because demon beasts won't enter this city. Even though demon beasts wouldn't enter the city, this place isn't safe at all and should be described as very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yun Banqing said, throughout the years, those who didn't choose to return or couldn't afford the return fee would choose to stay in the city. Regardless of whether it's those who can't go back or those who refuse to go back, they will stop at nothing. It's extremely common for people to kill in order to seize treasures or gain spirit energy from the death of their victims. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed many people watching them from the shadows. However, those people didn't charge at them. Why? It was naturally because they had an emperor on their side. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Yun Banqing. You shouldn't have come here. Even though her strength wasn't bad, it was very weak at a place like this. The weakest amongst the people here were quasi-emperors, and all of them were ferocious experts. While Yun Banqing was a quasi-emperor as well, she had too little experience in combat and wasn't ferocious enough. So, she was definitely at the bottom of the ladder. Yun Banqing remained silent for a short while before she said, the reason I came was because that father of mine entered into closed-door cultivation. I had no choice but to leave the Yun clan. Of course, besides avoiding Yun Tianming, there's another reason, and it's to do my best. That's not a wrong thing. Yang Yi continued, however, you have to act according to the limits of your strength, especially when you're a woman. I'm not looking down on women, but you should realize that if you don't possess sufficient strength, then it's extremely dangerous for a woman like you. Brother Yi is absolutely correct. Meanwhile, Lin Huang suddenly walked over and smiled. Miss Yun, as a woman, it really is extremely dangerous here. However, don't worry. You'll definitely be safe while I, Lin Huang, am here. Yun Banqing glanced at Lin Huang and said, thank you for your kind intentions. Lin Huang grinned. There's no need for that between us. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Brother Yi, It's very dangerous for women to be weak in the outside world. You're very right indeed. However, I'd like to say that it's similarly very dangerous for men to lack strength in the outside world. To be honest, you're quite weak, Brother Yi. Yang Yi was stunned. How did you discern that I'm weak? After all, he'd concealed his aura with his sword domain. So not to mention a quasi-emperor, even a voider wouldn't be able to see through his cultivation. Lin Huang sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Even though I don't know how you concealed your aura, it's impossible for you to be an emperor, right? Since you're not an emperor, then you should be a quasi-emperor, right? Yang Yi remained silent. Lin Huang smiled. Brother Yi, why are you showing me such an expression? Don't tell me that you're a saint. Yang Yi shrugged. How accurate. Lin Huang was stunned on the spot. As for Yun Banqing, her eyes opened wide. Besides shock, there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Chapter 1238 Have you heard of Yang Yi? Chapter 1238 Have you heard of Yang Yi? Yang Yi suddenly chucked when he saw that they were stunned. I was joking. I'm actually a quasi-emperor. Their expressions returned to normal upon hearing that. Lin Huang said, of course. How could anyone in this world dare to come to Sword God Island while just at the Saint Realm? Right. I almost forgot the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi. He can with the strength he possesses. Unfortunately, he wouldn't dare to come to Sword God Island no matter how brave he is. Brother Yi, don't you think so too? Yang Yi smiled, perhaps. Lin Huang glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Brother Yi, you should have heard of Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi nodded. I have. Lin Huang asked. They say he can kill emperors with ease while at the Saint Realm. Do you think it's true or exaggerated? Yang Yi replied, it should be true. Lin Huang shook his head. That's wrong. Perhaps he can kill emperors, but he absolutely can't do it with such ease as the rumors say. Yang Yi asked, why? Because I fought an emperor while at the Saint Realm. Lin Huang glanced at Yun Banqing while he spoke and continued. It's impossible to make up for the gap between emperors and saints with external sources of strength. When I fought that emperor, the aura of that emperor was almost impossible to resist. However, I exchanged over 100 blows with that emperor. When he spoke up to this point, he shot another glance at Yun Banqing and continued. Of course, emperors aren't anything great to me right now. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Huang and Yun Banqing. In the beginning, he'd wondered if he'd been exposed. Otherwise, why would Lin Huang be constantly speaking about him? Now, he understood that Lin Huang was going around in a circle to speak about himself. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just shook his head and sped up. Yun Banqing glanced at Lin Huang and said, Young Master Lin is a rare peerless genius on the continent for being able to fight emperors at the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Huang spoke humbly, not at all. There are countless geniuses on the continent, and a genius like me is just ordinary. Brother Lin, wouldn't we just be pieces of trash if you say that? Meanwhile, a black-robed man glanced at Yun Banqing and smiled. Miss Yun, Brother Lin is actually trying to keep a low profile. He isn't just able to fight emperors, he can kill them. He's the #1 genius in our gold prefectural city, and he's one of the greatest geniuses in the history of our city. Yun Banqing glanced at Lin Huang and said, Young Master Lin possesses extraordinary strength, and he'll definitely be an overlord on the continent in the future. Lin Huang grinned when he heard her and said, Miss Yun, you're too kind. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, Miss Yun, the city isn't very safe. Why don't you stay with us from now on? We'll be able to look out for each other like that. Don't worry, you'll definitely be safe with us. Yun Banqing didn't answer him. She gazed at Yang Yi instead and said, Brother Yi, what do you think? Lin Huang's face stiffened slightly at the sight of this, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Of course, Brother Yi is Miss Yun's friend, so you naturally may stay with us as well. Yang Yi smiled. I've grown too accustomed to freedom. I'm not really suited to grouping up with others. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly spoke indifferently. Allow me to be honest. Based on the strength you possess, you might die here at any moment. Brother Umo, how could you say that? Lin Huang glanced at the black-robed man and said, Everyone has their own decision. Since Brother Yi likes to be alone, then why force him? He gazed at Yun Banqing when he spoke up to this point. Miss Yun? Yun Banqing said, Brother Lin, I thank you for your kind intentions, but I've decided to go with Brother Yi. Lin Huang's face froze when he heard her, and it was quite unsightly as well. A short while passed before he said, Miss Yun, I'm sure you've realized how dangerous Sword City is. There are all sorts of people here, and you're a woman. If I'm to be honest, Brother Yi might not be able to protect you. Not only would your safety be guaranteed by our side, you will even get a share if we obtain any treasures in the ruins of Sword God's palace. Yun Banqing shook her head slightly and said, I appreciate your kindness, Brother Lin. However, I've still decided to go with Brother Yi. Meanwhile, Yuemo said, Miss Yun, why refuse Brother Lin's good intentions? Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, Why try to force me against my will? Yuemo's eyes narrowed slightly. Miss Yun, let me be frank. Both of you will probably not last 2 hours without our protection. As for you, Miss Yun, forget it. Meanwhile, Lin Huang suddenly said, Since Miss Yun has made her decision, then I won't say anything about it. It's getting dark, and both of you don't have a place to stay. How about you rest with us for the night, and then leave in the morning? Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned and said, Forget it. We'll just find somewhere to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Yun Banqing and said, Let's go. He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. He, Yang Yi, wasn't one who liked the charity of others. Yun Banqing bowed slightly to Lin Huang. Young Master Lin, thank you for your help. I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left with Yang Yi. Lin Huang's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched them leave. Meanwhile, Yuemo spoke coldly. That woman really doesn't know what's good for her. That guy as well. I really want to kill him. What the fuck? I gave him some face and he thought highly of himself? Lin Huang withdrew his gaze and said, Don't worry, they'll come back to look for us soon. Meanwhile, the emperor in their group spoke abruptly. That man isn't ordinary. We have to be careful. Lin Huang gazed at the old man. Why do you say so, Elder Yun? The old man shook his head slightly. Intuition. Lin Huang chuckled. Don't worry, I won't underestimate my opponent. Since he was able to get here, he definitely has some ability. Elder Yun nodded and didn't speak further. Lin Huang said, Let's go. All of you head back first. I'm going to inquire about something. Yumo's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Lin Huang hesitated for a while before turning around and leaving. At this moment, the sky was gradually turning dark. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing were still walking slowly on the streets, and their shadows grew longer and longer behind them beneath the faint light in the city. Yun Banqing said, I'm sorry. Yang Yi smiled. Why? She spoke softly. He acted against you to attract my attention. Now, he might even bear a grudge against you. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, That fellow, Lin Huang, clearly likes you. I'm quite curious why he would act like that when he hasn't even seen your actual face. She gazed at him and said, Do you think I'm beautiful or ugly? Yang Yi hadn't expected her to ask this question and was stunned. After that, he sized her up and said, I think you're beautiful. Her figure was extremely good, and her eyes were clear. Any man would think she was a beauty. He thinks I'm a beauty as well. Yun Banqing continued, Many men have a strong desire to possess women. Some use honest methods to pursue a woman, but some would use force, and some would even play tricks. He played tricks from the start, and then tried to use honest methods. Now, he might try to use force. Yang Yi was puzzled. He played tricks? What do you mean? Yun Banqing stretched out her hand and combed the beautiful hair by her ear. I encountered some trouble when I entered the city, and then he came to help. Unfortunately, his acting was too bad. Yang Yi said, He was behind it? She nodded. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, You're quite good. After all, she knew that it was Lin Huang's plan. Yet she maintained her composure and was able to act courteously when dealing with Lin Huang. So, such mental strength and wisdom. Yun Banqing remained silent for a long time, and then she said, I was born in the Yun clan. While I'm the daughter of the current patriarch, I have no status in the clan, and no one treats me like a young miss of the Yun clan. If I didn't learn to be careful, then I might have died a long time ago. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, in the past, they refused to let me cultivate. Yet they didn't stop me from learning the management of the clan's internal affairs. Because they felt that no matter how great my skills at management were, I would be useless without strength. That was an opportunity for me, an opportunity to live. The management of the Yun clan's internal affairs grew better and better under my hard work, and some of its businesses in the Veiled region started to grow larger and larger. So, they didn't do anything when they found out that I'd been cultivating in secret. Besides that, practically all the skilled individuals within the Yun clan throughout the last dozen or so years were promoted by me. Most of them are even my trusted subordinates. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You're trying to tell me that you're worth something, right?" She gazed at him and remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "You want me to save your mother and younger brother. Besides that, you're afraid that I'll suddenly abandon you here, right?" She pondered deeply for a short moment before she nodded. Yang Yi said, "Miss Yun, you need my help, and I need you help as well. Our alliance can be said to be one where we are helping each other." Yun Banqing shook her head slightly. "I'm insignificant to you. But my mother and younger brother will definitely die without your help. Even I would die as well." She raised her head and looked at Yang Yi in the eyes before she continued, "Besides my skill in management, there's nothing else I have that you might attach importance to. If there is something else, then it's this body of mine. If you want it, you can take it at any time." As she spoke, she raised her hand and removed the veils he wore on her face. Her skin was snow white, her face was like a rose in full bloom, and her exquisite features were practically perfect. Even Yang Yi, who'd seen many peerless beauties in his life, couldn't avoid feeling his breath being taken away when he saw her face. Suddenly, a man walked out from a distant corner. "Tisk, Viste. Brother Lin was right. You really are a beauty. High gaze really is discerning." It was none other than Umo. Umo's gaze descended onto Yun Banqing, and the greed in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Yun Banqing glanced at Umo, and then she put the veil back on before moving behind Yang Yi. Umo's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he smiled. "I'm a very benevolent person. So, don't say that I never gave you a chance. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I'll teach you what the word death represents." Chapter 1239, Who Do You Think You Are? Chapter 1239, Who Do You Think You Are? Yang Yi turned around to look at Yun Banqing. "Do I seem so weak that everyone thinks they can walk all over me?" Yun Banqing glanced at him and replied, slightly. Yang Yi patted himself on the forehead. "Looks like I've been keeping a low profile for too long." Yang Yi gazed at Umo as he spoke. "There's no enmity between us, so why do this? Cut the fucking crap." Umo pointed a finger at Yang Yi and continued, "Now, I'm going to start counting. If you're still here once I count to 3, then I guarantee that you'll." Umo's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he hadn't even been able to react before Yang Yi's hand clamped down on his throat. Yang Yi gazed at Umo, who had terror written all over his face, and smiled. "Go on and count. Come on, count for me." Umo gazed at Yang Yi with terror, and he was horrified to the extreme in his heart, because he hadn't been able to fight back at all. "You refuse to count?" Yang Yi continued, "Then I will. If you're still here once I count to 3, then I guarantee that I'll break your neck. Let's begin now. 1. Umo's eyes were opened wide and seemed to be begging with his eyes. Besides that, his body was moving incessantly as he tried to struggle free of Yang Yi's grasp. However, it was all in vain. Yang Yi smiled, too. Umo's eyes opened wider, and his bloodshot eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The smile on Yang Yi's face grew wider. 3. As soon as he spoke, crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded, and then Umo's neck was broken. Yang Yi casually tossed away Umo's corpse before swinging his fist forward. A wave of force rippled out and slammed against Umo's corpse, instantly transforming it into a pile of mush. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Yun Banqing. "Let's look for a place to rest tonight. We'll head out to Sword God's palace in the morning." Yun Banqing nodded. Meanwhile, he glanced at the surroundings before his gaze descended onto a damaged pavilion. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Yun Banqing leaped up to the top level of the pavilion. Its walls were still intact, but its roof was gone. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the dust on the ground instantly vanished. Just make do for tonight. Yun Banqing nodded and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Meanwhile, 10 violet crystals suddenly appeared before her. She looked at Yang Yi and heard him say, "Recover to your peak." She replied, "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded slightly, laid down on the ground, and looked up at the sky. The sky was still pitch black like a huge black hole. Meanwhile, Snowy's head suddenly emerged from his chest. She glanced at the surroundings, and then laid down on Yang Ye's chest while holding tightly to his neck. The black ape had truly terrified her earlier. Even now, she was still afraid. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and spoke gently, "Don't be afraid. No one can bully you while I'm here." Snowy looked up at Yang Yi before stretching her claws to the side and waving them incessantly. It seemed like she was telling him how huge the black ape was. Yang Yi smiled. "I've scared him away. So, you don't have to fear him at all. Understand?" Snowy blinked, pointed at Yang Yi, pointed at herself, and then started waving her claws again. Yang Yi replied, "Of course, I'll always protect you. No one can bully you." Snowy's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she revealed a brilliant smile. After that, she ceaselessly rubbed her furry head against Yang Ye's chin. Yun Banqing was flabbergasted, because she couldn't figure out what Snowy was saying. A short while passed before she gazed at Yang Yi and said, You can really understand her?" Yang Yi immediately had a bitter smile on his face when he heard her, because he recalled his experiences with the violet mink all those years ago. Especially in the beginning, he'd truly been tortured by her. It could be said that the violet mink had tempered his skills in the beast tongue to its current state. Yang Yi hurriedly grabbed Snowy in his hands when he thought of the violet mink, and he spoke seriously. "Has your big sister Zir still not emerged from her closed-door cultivation? She'd been cultivating behind closed doors for a very long time, yet she still wasn't done until now." So, Yang Yi couldn't help but be slightly worried. Snowy started waving her claws incessantly. A short while passed before Yang Ye's face gradually eased up. "You're saying that she'll be done soon? Moreover, she has become extremely strong?" Snowy quickly nodded. "That's good." Yang Yi quickly nodded as well, and then he sized up Snowy. "You've absorbed that much spirit energy, so why haven't you advanced?" Snowy blinked. Obviously, she didn't understand what Yang Yi meant. Yang Yi shook his head and gently rubbed Snowy's head. "It's fine. Let's sleep." Snowy nodded, and then she laid down on his chest and held tightly to him. Yang Yi grinned, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and closed her eyes as well. The atmosphere here fell silent, and only a light breeze blew by. Time passed slowly, and it didn't take long for it to go late into the night. Suddenly, a shadow leaped up to the top of the pavilion and floated down towards Yang Yi. However, it had just arrived before Yang Yi when Yang Ye's eyes opened, causing the shadow's expression to change. A moment later, Yang Ye's hand was clamped around the shadow's throat. Crack! His head tilted to the side as life drained out of his eyes. It didn't take long for a corpse to be tossed out of the pavilion. At the same time, a figure leaped off the top of the pavilion, and then cracking resounded incessantly below the pavilion. A short while later, everything returned to calm once more. It was naturally Yang Yi. He tossed away the corpse in his grasp, and then he glanced at the surroundings. It didn't take long for the figures hiding in the shadows to vanish. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and leaped back up to the top of the pavilion. He glanced at Yun Banqing, who seemed to have fallen into deep sleep, and then he laid against the corner of the wall and closed his eyes slowly. At the moment Yang Ye's eyes closed shut, Yun Banqing suddenly opened her eyes, and she glanced at Yang Yi before closing her eyes once more. The next day, dawn had just arrived when Yang Yi and Yun Banqing left the pavilion, and they headed towards the distant streets. Sword God's Palace is a few tens of thousands of kilometers behind Sword City, and it's countless times larger than the city. However, many of its buildings have collapsed, so there's no obvious path. The only way to get deep within Sword God's Palace is exploration. Besides that, sword intent surges through the area, and the chaotic sword intent there is very terrifying. Even emperors might perish if they are targeted by the sword intent there. Yun Banqing spoke softly as they walked. Besides that, it's said that vengeful spirits reside in the depths of Sword God's palace. They are the spirits of the dead experts from Sword God's palace, and they are extremely dangerous. If we aren't careful and encounter them, then it'll practically definitely lead to our death. Moreover, sword formations are all over the area. Even though the sword formations are damaged, their strength can't be underestimated. As for the complete sword formations, they are even more terrifying. In short, we have to be careful. Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. So long as we enter Sword God's palace, it won't be dangerous but safe to me. Yun Banqing's eyelids twitched. She glanced at him and remained silent, but she slowly clenched her fists. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing stopped because over 20 people were standing in front of them, and a bald man with a huge axe in his grasp led the group. All of them were quasi-emperors. The bald man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. "You killed my brother?" Yang Yi frowned. "Your brother?" "It was him." Meanwhile, a young man beside the bald man spoke. "He tossed second brother's corpse down the pavilion last night." "So you were talking about him?" Yang Yi nodded. "I did kill him." "Who the fuck gave you the courage to kill a brother of mine?" The bald man gazed at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing as he spoke ferociously. "Don't kill the woman, but don't kill the man as well. Keep them alive." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people by his side charged at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. However, they'd only just charged forward when they were blasted flying, and their bodies transformed into piles of mush as they flew through the air. The Bale Man and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of the bald man. The bald man's pupils constricted, and then he swung his axe down at Yang Yi. Bang! The axe stopped when it was around 10 centimeters above Yang Yi's head because Yang Yi had grabbed its blade. The bald man was shocked. Meanwhile, his axe left his grasp, and then Yang Yi slammed it down at the bald man. It was a similar swing of the axe, but the outcome was completely different. Hiss! The bald man was chopped into 2, and both internal organs and blood sprayed all over the ground. The others were stunned, and the sound of wind being torn apart resounded when they finally recovered from their shock. After that, the axe started flying towards them. In just a few breaths of time, over 20 corpses were lying on the ground. Yang Yi patted his hands together and gazed at Yun Banqing. "Let's go." She glanced at him, nodded, and followed behind him. "You're too violent." Yun Banqing spoke abruptly after some time passed. "Violence is good for resolving problems." Yang Yi glanced at her while he spoke. "Don't tell me you think they were pitiable." She shook her head. "They targeted us last night. If we were weak, then we would be the ones who suffered and not them." Yang Yi said, "People like to feel pity for the weak, yet they don't realize that many of the weak aren't worthy of pity. Because if they had the chance, those weak people would be even more cruel and ruthless than others." Yun Banqing nodded slightly, and then she just sped up in silence. After a long time passed, both of them arrived before the city gates. But right when they were about to leave the city, a voice suddenly resounded from behind them. "Wait." Both of them stopped and turned around to look towards the source of the voice. Lin Huang's group was walking towards them, and it was Lin Huang who'd spoken those words. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Huang before he took Yun Banqing's hand, turned around, and continued forward. Lin Huang and the others were stunned by this scene, and then their faces turned gloomy. Especially Lin Huang. Lin Huang's figure flashed forward to obstruct Yang Yi and Yun Banqing's path. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "I asked you to wait. Didn't you hear me?" Yang Yi took a step forward and looked straight at Lin Huang. "Who do you think you are?" Chapter 1240 Get Past Me If You Can. Chapter 1240 Get Past Me If You Can. Who do you think you are? Everyone here was stunned upon hearing Yang Yi, especially Lin Huang because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to dare speak in such a way. Once he recovered from his shock, Lin Huang's face immediately became gloomy. "Was I too courteous to you that you think I'm someone you can just bully with ease?" Yang Yi took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of Lin Huang. "Move aside." Lin Huang started laughing from extreme rage. "Get past me if you can." As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly slammed his fist at Lin Huang's stomach. Bang! At the moment Yang Ye's fist had just slammed against Lin Huang's stomach, a ray of dazzling golden light had suddenly erupted from there. However, it merely lasted for an instant before it shattered into bits. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Lin Huang's mouth while his figure was blasted away and slammed against the city walls. The entire wall trembled while his figure crashed to the ground. Everyone else here was stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to attack in an instant, and they hadn't expected Lin Huang to be incapable of even resisting Yang Yi. Their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi, and their eyes were filled with shock. They're both quasi-emperors, so why is the gap between them so huge? Suddenly, an old man appeared behind Yang Yi, and he slammed his palm at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's expression remained unchanged as he turned around and slammed his fist forward. Bang! Yang Ye's figure remained on the spot, while the old man was pushed around 100 m back. The spectators' pupils constricted. It wasn't just shock that was in their eyes now, there was astonishment there. Because the old man was an emperor. The old man gazed at his palm that had been twisted out of shape, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. His eyes were filled with shock. "Who are you?" Yang Yi didn't answer the old man. He turned around to look at Yun Banqing. "Let's go." "Go? Why don't the two of you just try to leave?" Meanwhile, Lin Huang suddenly stood up from the ground. At this moment, there was no indifference and calm left on his face, and his face was covered in ferocity and madness instead. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Huang's chest. There was a golden armor beneath Lin Huang's damaged clothes. It was exactly that armor which allowed Lin Huang to escape with just light injuries after suffering a punch from Yang Yi. However, the golden armor had split apart and was on the verge of being destroyed. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and clenched his right fist slowly. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly walked forward to stand in front of Yang Yi, and she gazed at Lin Huang and said, "Young Master Lin, there's no enmity between us. So, there's really no need to fight to the end for a small misunderstanding. It isn't beneficial to us, and it's not beneficial for all of you as well, right?" Lin Huang's gaze shot to Yun Banqing. "Miss Yun, I'll give you a chance. Come over to my side right now, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Yun Banqing gazed at Lin Huang for a long time, and then she moved behind Yang Yi and fell silent. Lin Huang's face became gloomy from the sight of this. "All right, you chose that, so don't blame me later." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You killed Brother Uemo, right?" Yang Yi replied, "So that's why you're here." "Yes, I did kill him." Lin Huang's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he vanished on the spot, and he was above Yang Yi when his figure appeared once more. At the same time, a spear had appeared in his grasp, and he stabbed the spear, which emanated a ghastly glow, at Yang Yi. However, everyone was stunned again in just a moment, because Yang Yi had grabbed the tip of Lin Huang's spear. Lin Huang's pupils constricted while astonishment filled his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly struck the spear. Pooh! Lin Huang spat out a mouthful of blood while his hand which grasped the spear started to crack apart, and his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi was about to launch another attack when the old man appeared in front of him again, and then the aura of an emperor swept down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi swung his fist. Bang! The pressure vanished in an instant, and then Yang Ye's figure shot forward like a cannonball while he swung his fist at the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly and withdrew a pitch-black iron rod. After that, he waved it horizontally at Yang Yi. But Yang Yi didn't dodge and just struck it with his fist. Bang! The old man and his iron rod shook violently from the collision, and then the spectators watched shocked as the old man moved back repeatedly. Yang Yi didn't stop. He stomped his right foot against the ground and shot forward before whipping his leg at the old man. The old man was shocked, and he immediately tossed the iron rod at Yang Yi. Bang! The iron rod was instantly blasted apart by the force carried in Yang Ye's kick. Meanwhile, the old man's figure appeared 300 m away. At the same time, another iron rod had appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack, and his eyes narrowed slightly, because the old man's aura was growing stronger and stronger, and a strand of violent energy was surging out incessantly from the iron rod. Meanwhile, the old man's figure suddenly shot at Yang Yi. Because he was too swift, numerous seemingly real afterimages were left behind in his wake. Rod tornado. The old man's voice resounded abruptly, and then countless rod images appeared in the surroundings and descended upon Yang Yi. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions resounded incessantly while the space and ground here shook violently. As for the spectators, they moved backwards repeatedly as they were afraid of being affected by the aftershock from the collision between Yang Yi and the old man. Yun Banqing's expression was very calm instead. Amongst all the people here, she knew Yang Ye's strength the best. Not to mention a single emperor, even two more might not be able to defeat Yang Yi. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded, and then the countless rod images were obliterated. At the same time, Yang Yi and the old man appeared before the others. They were 300 m apart. There was no difference in Yang Ye's appearance, but there was an extremely striking trace of blood on the corner of the old man's mouth. Besides that, only half of the rod in his hand remained. The emperor was injured instead? The spectators' minds went blank. Meanwhile, Lin Huang's eyes opened wide as he gazed at Yang Yi, and they were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be actually capable of injuring an emperor. After all, he knew how strong the old man was. If he used his full strength, he could fight an emperor for a long time, but he could absolutely not fight the old man. There was a difference in strength between emperors, and the old man was much stronger than ordinary emperors. The old man gazed at Yang Yi while an extremely solemn expression covered his face. Who exactly are you? Chapter 1241 I can use my sword now? Chapter 1241 I can use my sword now? Yang Yi glanced at his right hand. It was covered in marks from the old man's attacks. His violet, profound energy surged towards his arm while he raised his head to look at the old man. You're much stronger than an ordinary emperor, but it still isn't quite enough. Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and he instantly appeared in front of the old man before slamming his fist forward. It was simple and violent. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes while his profound energy surged, and he stabbed the remaining half of the rod at Yang Yi. Bang! The iron rod was instantly blasted into pieces while the old man himself was blasted backwards. However, it didn't take long for him to stop himself, and then his aura as an emperor surged out explosively and pressed down upon Yang Yi. The aura of an emperor was extremely suppressive to cultivators below the emperor realm, but not to mention the aura of an emperor, even the aura of a voider was useless before Yang Yi. Yang Yi slammed his fist forward, and the only man's aura was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and swung his palm at Yang Yi. The old man would naturally not compete with Yang Yi in physical strength, and there was a thick layer of ice on the old man's palm. Bang! Fist and palm collided, and then space rippled violently around the point of collision. A moment later, both of them shot backwards, but it didn't take long for Yang Ye's figure to stop moving. He stomped his right foot against the ground and shot like a cannonball in the direction of the old man. The old man was shocked. He swiftly pressed his palms together and pushed them forward in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the old man's mouth while his figure was blasted backwards once more. This time, Yang Yi didn't give the old man time to catch his breath, and Yang Ye's figure immediately pressed forward before his fists rained down upon the old man. At this moment, the old man was being pushed back successively, and he was almost incapable of fighting back. Right when the old man was about to be unable to hold on any longer, Yang Yi suddenly stopped abruptly. After that, the others watched with bewilderment as Yang Ye's figure shot over to Yun Banqing. Yun Banqing was extremely puzzled and was about to speak, but Yang Yi didn't give her the chance to do that. He immediately wrapped his arm around her waist and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing had just vanished when three old men arrived here. It was none other than Qin Songguan's group of three. Get him! As soon as Qin Songguan finished speaking, all three of them immediately vanished on the spot. Lin Huang was stunned by this scene, and then he hurriedly said, Elder Yun, they are here to kill him. Let's follow them. Elder Yun hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, his strength is formidable, so his identity is definitely not ordinary. It's best if we don't continue. Are you telling me that Mo died for nothing? Lin Huang suddenly spoke with fury. Are you telling me that we aren't going to avenge the humiliation I just received? Elder Yun, if you refuse to go, I will. Lin Huang's figure flashed and chased after them. Elder Yun sighed softly, and then he vanished on the spot and shot ahead. After Yang Yi carried Yun Banqing out of the city, he dashed off into the distance. Yun Banqing asked, Are they here? Yang Yi nodded and said, It's quite unfortunate. I was just about to kill that old geezer. That old man's strength was really not bad, and it was much greater than an ordinary emperor. If he could kill the old man and refine the corpse into a sword servant, then it would definitely be much stronger than an ordinary sword servant. Unfortunately, Qin Songguan's group had arrived. Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and said, How strong are you? He glanced at her and asked, Why ask about that? She replied, I'm just a little curious. Yang Yi smiled, I'm strong in the eyes of many, but I'm actually extremely weak in the eyes of some. Yang Yi was able to discern his own strength well. If it was in comparison to an ordinary person like Yun Banqing or ordinary emperors, then he was very strong indeed. But if it was in comparison to Lady Jian Wuji and that mysterious expert who attacked him yesterday, then he was still very weak. Yun Banqing glanced at him and didn't say anything. Around an hour later, ruins appeared within their fields of vision, and then Yang Yi sensed a strand of ghastly sword and tint. Yang Yi didn't stop. He sped up instead and entered the ruins. However, he'd only just entered the area when a few dozen rays of light suddenly shot towards him and forced him to a stop. Yang Yi slammed his fist forward and dispersed them in an instant before continuing forward. However, it didn't take long for another few dozen rays of light to force him to a stop again before slamming his fist forward once more. Meanwhile, Qin Songguan's group of 3, Elder Yun, and Lin Huang had appeared around them and surrounded them. Yun Banqing's face fell at the sight of this. For emperors, let me see how you flee now. One of the old men by Qin Songguan's side gazed at Yang Yi and said, You killed the young master of my Yun clan. Not only you, even everyone related to you will die. As he spoke, he gazed at Yun Banqing and continued, Bitch, you colluded with an outsider to kill the younger master. Once I capture you and take you back, I'll definitely make life worse than death for you. It'll be the same for your mother and younger brother. Even death will only be a dream for them. Yun Banqing's gaze descended on the old man, and killing intent surged in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Huang gazed at Yang Yi and spoke fiercely, Weren't you very strong? Why are you fleeing? Continue fleeing. Why aren't you fleeing? Qin Songguan gazed at Yang Yi and said, It's over. Yang Yi suddenly said, I have a question. Lin Huang laughed ferociously. You have a question when death is about to arrive? All right, I'm quite curious what your question is. Qin Songguan's gaze descended onto Yang Yi as he spoke indifferently. I'm really curious as well. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, Why is the area filled with sword intent and rays of sword energy? Aren't sword energy, sword intent, and other similar things prohibited from existing on Sword God Island? I'll answer that. Lin Huang laughed coldly, because we're within the territory of Sword God's palace. Sword intent and sword energy are allowed to exist here. As for why they are allowed, I don't know. In any case, they can be present here. Yang Yi was astounded. In other words, the sword can be used here? Indeed. Lin Huang sized up Yang Yi and said, What? You want to use the sword? Yang Yi paid no attention to Lin Huang and just withdrew a sword. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and there was no movement in the sky after quite some time passed. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at them and spoke with slight excitement. I really can use the sword. Lin Huang laughed coldly. So what? So what? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a smile curled up on the corners of his lips. Nothing. I just feel that only 4 emperors aren't really enough. Everyone here was speechless. Chapter 1242 You Just Can't Shut Up. Chapter 1242 You Just Can't Shut Up. Not enough? Qin Sangguan and the others were stunned upon hearing Yang Yi, and then they shook their heads and gazed at Yang Yi like they were looking at an idiot. You said that we aren't sufficient? Ha ha ha. Lin Huang gazed at Yang Yi and said, That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Looks like even your mind isn't working properly once it's engulfed by despair. A ray of light flashed, and then Lin Huang's voice stopped abruptly. Yang Yi was in front of Lin Huang, and a sword was stabbed through the center of Lin Huang's forehead. It was naturally Yang Yi who held the sword's hilt. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Huang, who'd frozen on the spot, and said, You just can't shut up. He pulled out his sword once he finished speaking. Hiss. A strand of blood sprayed out from the center of Lin Huang's forehead. You. Lin Huang stared fixedly at Yang Yi and seemed to want to say something. However, a ray of light flashed through his throat before his head flew up into the air. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Yang Yi waved the sword in his grasp, and it immediately started howling incessantly. At the same time, he turned to look at Qin Sangguan and the others. At this moment, all of them were looking at him, and there was shock and disbelief in the eyes of all four of those emperors. Because the speed of Yang Ye's attack was so swift that even they hadn't been able to see it clearly. Of course, most importantly, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to be a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator had actually come to Sword God Island. After all, since the Sword God's palace was destroyed, Sword God Ocean had practically become a forbidden area for sword cultivators. No sword cultivator dared to come here, even if they were at the Emperor realm. Yet now someone had. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi appeared behind Elder Yun. As for Elder Yun, his figure stiffened on the spot. How swift! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead. An emperor had been killed in an instant. Qin Sangguan and the others' mouths were so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in them. Yun Banqing stared fixedly at Yang Yi while clenching her fists tightly. Meanwhile, Qin Sangguan spoke abruptly. Are you the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi? Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the Elder Yun's corpse away. After that, he turned around to look at Qin Sangguan. Who do you think I am? Qin Sangguan took a deep breath. My Qin clan has no intention to become enemies with you. How about we let bygones be bygones? Meanwhile, one of the emperors by Qin Sangguan's side spoke. My Yun clan has no intention to become enemies with you as well. After all, he was Yang Yi. The World Devastator cult strength in the Veiled region wasn't inferior to their Yun and Qin clan, but what happened in the end? The emperors of the World Devastator cult that went to attack never returned. Besides that, they'd thought that Yang Ye's ability to kill emperors with ease was just an exaggeration. Yet now, Yang Yi had personally put on a display of that right before their eyes. He really was a monstrous genius who could annihilate emperors in an instant. Fight? All three of them weren't confident. Suddenly, Yun Banqing said, If you let them live, they'll definitely report your strength to the Veiled region. At that time, many clans and powers in the Veiled region will definitely join forces, and they might even launch a preemptive strike against the Sword Alliance. Besides that, you're a sword cultivator, yet you were able to get here. If news of this were to spread... Swoosh. Suddenly, Qin Sangguan turned around and fled. Actually, he'd never thought that Yang Yi would let them go. Why? Because he'd heard about Yang Ye's ruthlessness, and he knew that Yang Yi had practically never shown mercy to his enemies. Moreover, Yang Yi had arrived here while he was a sword cultivator, so it would be extremely bad for Yang Yi if news of this was sent back to the Veiled region. So, how could Yang Yi possibly spare him? Thus, he'd decisively chosen to flee. The other two emperors from the Yun clan were stunned when they saw Qin Sangguan flee, and then they intended to flee as well. Meanwhile, Qin Sangguan suddenly stopped moving while Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of Qin Sangguan. Moreover, blood was seeping out slowly from the center of Qin Sangguan's forehead. The emperors of the Yun clan were horrified when they saw Qin Sangguan annihilated in an instant. They didn't flee and attacked in unison instead. After all, it would be foolish to flee at a time like this. Right when they launched their attacks, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. A few breaths of time later, only Yang Yi and Yun Banqing remained here. Yang Yi withdrew a few violet crystals and swallowed them, and then he gazed at Yun Banqing. She was looking at him as well. Yang Yi said, "Did you figure out my identity a long time ago?" She pondered deeply for a moment before she replied, "You asked about the Sword Alliance that day, and I was observing your reaction as I answered you. You seem to really care about the Sword Alliance. Coupled with the terrifying strength that you possessed at such a young age, I suspected it. However, I wasn't sure. Because you are a sword cultivator, but you never used the sword until now, and were constantly utilizing your fist. So, you seemed more like a body refiner. Besides that, this place is a forbidden place for sword cultivators, so while I suspected that you were Yang Yi, I wasn't able to convince myself of that fact." Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Miss Yun, now, I represent the Sword Alliance in inviting you to join it." She gazed at him for a long time before she answered, "I agree. We're truly on the same side now." Yang Yi flicked a dagger over to her while he spoke. "You seem to use daggers. I obtained this by chance, so you can have it." A quasi-emperor rank dagger. Yun Banqing glanced at it. She didn't refuse and just took it. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Wait a while for me." He waved his right hand, and then 5 corpses appeared before him. He'd killed 4 emperors just now, and coupled with the black-robed old man he'd killed upon arriving on Sword God Island, he had a total of 5 corpses of emperors. Even though he could use his sword now, he still intended to refine them into sword servants. It was for safety's sake. Yang Yi didn't start refining immediately, and he recovered his profound energy before starting. Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, "You really do know how to refine puppets." Yang Yi replied, "You knew?" She nodded slightly. "Based on the information I gathered, you have puppets by your side. So, I guess that you might know how to refine them. But I never expected you to actually know how to do that. Moreover, they are even Emperor Realm puppets. There's a gap in strength between such puppets and actual emperors, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Yes. They only have around 70% or 80% of a real emperor's strength." Yun Banqing replied, "That's still extremely terrifying." Yang Yi smiled and didn't speak further. He just started concentrating on the refinement. Just like that, a day passed, and 5 sword servants appeared before him. However, he noticed that these 5 might have reached his limits. Why? Because refining sword servants required control over one's mental strength. If the sword servants in Doomsday City were included, then he had around 20 puppets. That was the limit of his current mental strength, and his mind was likely to collapse if he created more. Of course, if his strength grew, then his mind and soul would grow stronger as well, and he would naturally be able to refine more. But he couldn't do it right now. Yang Yi placed 3 of the sword servants in his spatial ring, and he merely left 2 outside. Just 2 emperors to deter others was sufficient. If he didn't have these 2 emperors by his side, then countless would target him and Yun Banqing. He naturally didn't fear them, but he didn't want to offend so many and waste time on them. Just like that, their group of 2 moved deeper into the ruins. Yun Banqing said, "We should be in the outer area of Sword God's palace." Yang Yi nodded slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. Collapsed pavilions covered the area around him, and there were various huge and damaged swords made from unknown metal. Yun Banqing spoke softly, "I never expected the Sword God's palace to be reduced to such a state." Yang Yi replied, "If there's glory, there'll be decline. No power is capable of maintaining its brilliance for eternity." Yun Banqing gazed at him. "Will the Sword Alliance end up like this? Who knows?" Yang Yi continued, "No one knows what'll happen in the future. All we can do is prevent the Sword Alliance from falling into decline right now. As for the future, we can talk about it in the future. Thinking too much about it would make life meaningless." Yun Banqing said, "You have quite a good mindset." Yang Yi smiled and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Yun Banqing and stopped moving. At the same time, a circle of light suddenly arose about 30 m around them. After that, a moment of silence ensued before countless rays of sword energy suddenly erupted from the circle of light. The rays of sword energy were extremely swift, and they instantly arrived before Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right hand. In an instant, those rays of light stopped moving, and then Yang Yi waved his hand lightly. The rays of light and the circle of light around them vanished. Yuan Banqing clearly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Quasi-emperors would be courting death by coming here. Even emperors might perish from the slightest mistake." Yang Yi nodded. Those rays of light from before were absolutely not something that quasi-emperors could resist. They continued forward. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a circular pool. It wasn't large and only occupied an area of around 50 m. Silver water rippled throughout the pool. Yuan Banqing pointed towards the side. "Look over there." Yang Yi looked along the direction she pointed at, and he noticed a damaged stone tablet not too far away from the pool. There were 3 characters on it. A sword cleansing pool? Yang Yi frowned a little. He pondered deeply for an instant before casually tossing a saint-rank sword into the pool. A moment of silence ensued, and then the sword started to ripple violently. In next to no time, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the sword, and then the sword started to float up slowly into the air. Yang Yi gestured at it, and the sword flew into his grasp. Yang Yi was instantly shocked when he saw it, because while it was still at the saint rank, it was clearly much sharper than before. Besides that, it felt completely different. Previously, the sword was like an ugly woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face. Yet now, it seemed like a peerless beauty that was all dressed up. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the pool and said, "Sword cleansing, sword cleansing. It cleanses the impurities within a sword, allowing it to grow purer. What a treasure! The Sword Alliance just happens to need it." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to wave his right hand and take the entire pool. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a voice resounded before a strand of ghastly cold light flashed by. After that, a sword was pressed against the center of Yang Ye's forehead. Chapter 1243 The Residence of Sword God's Palace. Chapter 1243 The Residence of Sword God's Palace. The sword was extremely swift like a flash of lightning, so even Yang Yi hadn't been able to react before it arrived in front of him. However, it was instantly blasted away when it was about to stab his skin. Yang Yi, who possessed rebirth rank sword intent, was practically immune to sword intent below the rebirth rank. Actually, it wasn't just sword intent below the rebirth rank. Even other intents that hadn't arrived at the rebirth rank would find it difficult to pose any threat to him. However, he possessed sword intent, so it possessed an absolute suppressive effect towards sword intent that was weaker to his own. Yang Yi looked up. He saw a middle-aged man with a black sword chest on his back standing not too far away, and there was strong killing intent and viciousness within the middle-aged man's eyes. He was someone from Sword God's palace. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he pointed his sword at Yang Yi as he spoke fiercely, "Damnable outsider." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of sword intent surged out from within him, and then his sword transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. It was extremely swift to the point it seemed like just a thread. Yang Yi stretched out his hand, and it didn't take long for a sword to stop before his palm. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. How could that be possible? Yang Yi sized up the middle-aged man and said, "If I'm not wrong, that body doesn't belong to you. You seized the body of another, right?" The middle-aged man replied coldly, "So what if I did? It doesn't matter." Yang Yi continued, "How many are there in Sword God's palace? Where are they?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he suddenly formed seals. After that, over 100 rays of light suddenly shot up into the air in the surroundings, and they shot towards Yang Yi and Yuan Banqing. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward, and then a strand of terrifying sword intent appeared in the surroundings. The rays of light instantly dispersed while the middle-aged man was even pushed back repeatedly for over 3 kilometers. Sword intent above the void rank. How could that be possible? How could that be possible? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi as if he was looking at a monster, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? Yang Ye's figure flashed and instantly appeared before the middle-aged man, And then his sword intent pressed down upon the middle-aged man. How many people from Sword God's palace are still surviving like you? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi and asked, Who exactly are you? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, I'm the one asking the questions. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, Around 30. Yang Yi frowned. Only 30. The middle-aged man said, Seizing the bodies of others results in success and failure. Moreover, many seniors weren't willing to do so all those years ago, and they chose to ignite their souls instead. Yang Yi asked, Why? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, Taking the body of another is against the laws of nature. Moreover, even if you do take the body of another, it wouldn't be your own, so the soul and body wouldn't be fully compatible. Thus, not only would your cultivation and strength drop, it's impossible to ever advance throughout your lifetime. So, seizing the body of another is only capable of allowing us to prolong our lives for some time. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and said, You probably have a leader, right? The middle-aged man nodded in response. Yang Yi said, Take me to see your leader. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Just like that, the three of them started walking towards the depths of the ruins under the middle-aged man's lead. During their conversations, Yang Yi found out that the middle-aged man's name was Xingfeng. He'd been an emperor who possessed void-rank sword intent. But after he seized the body of another, the lack of compatibility between his soul and the new body caused his cultivation to drop to the quasi-emperor realm, while his sword intent dropped to the quasi-void rank. However, he'd cultivated bitterly to finally regain void-rank sword intent. But it was impossible for his cultivation to rise again throughout his life. Xingfeng asked, You came from the outside? Yang Yi nodded. That's impossible. Xingfeng was bewildered. Sword cultivators can't step foot on Sword God Island. As soon as they do, that mysterious expert will definitely attack. Even though your strength is formidable, there should be quite a gap between you and that mysterious expert. Yang Yi said, I concealed the aura of my sword intent and the aura of a sword cultivator that I possess. Xingfeng instantly revealed a trace of fervor when he heard this and said, How did you conceal it? Can you teach it to us? He'd been trapped here for countless years, so he naturally wanted to leave. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. It can't be taught. He'd relied on the sword domain to conceal his aura, but they didn't possess the sword domain. So, it was naturally impossible for them to conceal their aura. Of course, he could use the sword domain to help them conceal their aura. However, he had to observe them before deciding if he would take them with him. They lived for countless years and had relied on seizing the bodies of others to survive. So, bringing them out of here might cause trouble for him instead. A wisp of disappointment flashed through his eyes when he heard Yang Yi, but he didn't say anything. Yang Yi was ceaselessly sizing up the surroundings as they traveled. Even though the surroundings were covered in ruins, it wasn't difficult to discern how grand and magnificent Sword God's palace used to be. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stopped and turned around to look at Yang Yi. Someone nearby is requesting help? Yang Yi asked, A member of Sword God's palace? The middle-aged man nodded. Many have come here lately. For the sake of preventing Sword God's palace from being destroyed by them, our forces have sent out to step them. Now, someone is in trouble. That person should have encountered an emperor from the outside world, and it might not be just one. Yang Yi replied, Come, let's go have a look. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then he sped up towards the right. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing followed behind him. It didn't take long for the three of them to hear sounds of battle coming from afar, causing the middle-aged man to travel even faster. In next to no time, they saw a green-robed man with a black sword chest on his back being besieged by two old men. The two old men immediately stopped attacking upon noticing Yang Ye's group, and they gazed at them with vigilance. Meanwhile, one of the old men suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. Both of you are outsiders. Yang Yi gazed at the old man and said, You've seen us? The old man replied, I saw you on the shuttle. I never expected that you would have escaped Manager Qin. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, Leave, leave. The old man laughed coldly. We can leave. Ask them to hand over the treasures of Sword God's palace and we'll leave. Treasures? Xing Feng spoke coldly. My Sword God's palace does possess some treasures, but I wonder if you'll be alive to enjoy them. The old man laughed coldly. Do you think the Sword God's palace is still the same as it was all those years ago? Take a clear look at it. The Sword God's palace is already part of the continent's past. As for all of you, you don't even dare to leave these ruins. Ha ha ha. Are trash like you even qualified to talk about my Sword God's palace? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky, and then a beautiful woman in palace attire appeared here. Her gaze descended onto the old man as she said, even if my Sword God's palace has suffered decline now, it's still extremely easy for us to kill trash like you. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped her finger forward. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy flashed forward and formed a dense wave of sword energy that shot towards the two old men. Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed slightly at the sight of this. The beautiful woman's sword intent was at the void rank, but her sword intent was much more solid than how his had been before he'd burned it away. The old men were shocked when she attacked, and they attacked in unison. It didn't take long for numerous sword howls and explosions to resound. She was suppressing them. As soon as they fought, the two old men were completely suppressed, and they could only defend themselves passively yet were practically incapable of fighting back. Yun Banqing spoke softly. How strong? Of course. Xing Feng continued. Elder Yu is the number 2 expert amongst us. Not to mention 2 emperors, she wouldn't even fear 5. Yang Yi nodded slightly. She's strong indeed. It could be said that the beautiful woman was the strongest amongst the emperors he'd seen, and she was even much stronger than Jian Su, Jian Ji, and the leader of the World Devastator cult. Xing Feng glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. As for the green-robed man by Xing Feng's side, he glared angrily at Xing Feng and said, Xing Feng, what are you doing with outsiders? Xing Feng replied, Ning Tao, I'll explain later. Ning Tao was about to speak when 2 shrill cries suddenly resounded from the side. Yang Yi and the others looked towards the source of the shrill cries, and they saw countless rays of ghastly light suddenly appear there. The rays of light were like droplets of rain that completely enveloped the 2 old men. A few breaths of time later, the light dispersed, and the 2 old men appeared before their eyes. At this moment, the 3 old men seemed like their entire bodies had been pierced by arrows and were covered in dense bloody holes. Both the old men gazed at her with astonishment, but it didn't take long for the color in their eyes to fade. Trash! She grunted coldly as she waved her right hand, and a wave of light shot out and transformed their corpses into piles of mush. Xing Feng and the other green-robed man quickly bowed to the beautiful woman and spoke respectfully. Elder Yu. She nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. Right when she saw Yun Banqing, her eyes instantly narrowed, and she quickly sized her up. In next to no time, a trace of pleasant surprise flashed through her eyes. Not bad. You've attained the quasi-emperor realm at such a young age. Your natural talent is probably not bad. After so many years, a pretty acceptable girl has finally come here. Yun Banqing frowned, and she had a bad feeling as she said, Senior, what are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? A cold smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. I intend to take your body, of course. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to grab Yun Banqing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before Yun Banqing, and he gazed at the beautiful woman as he said, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your thoughts and speak again. Chapter 1244 You intend to take over my body? Chapter 1244 You intend to take over my body? Reorganize my thoughts and speak again? She was stunned, and a wisp of disdain flashed through her eyes. Who do you think you are? She immediately waved her right hand once she finished speaking, and then her sword intent pressed down towards Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi remained motionless on the spot, and he just allowed the sword intent to descend upon him. The beautiful woman and the other green-robed man watched with astonishment as her sword intent entered Yang Ye's body and seemed like a rock that fell into an ocean. It didn't cause even the slightest ripple. How could that be possible? Disbelief filled her eyes as she took a step forward, and a strand of terrifying sword intent surged out from her before sweeping towards Yang Yi. Just like before, all of it entered Yang Ye's body. The beautiful woman was stunned. Meanwhile, Xing Feng was about to speak when Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air around the woman. Her figure shook as she moved backwards repeatedly, and she finally stopped after Yang Yi withdrew his sword intent. She gazed at him as if she'd seen a ghost. You possess sword intent above the void rank? Didn't you experience it for yourself? Yang Yi continued, take me to your leader. I think we need to have a talk. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes and questioned him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. I said take me to you, leader. Her expression changed when she noticed his tone and the expression he had on his face. At this moment, she suddenly recalled that while Yang Ye's cultivation was beneath hers, his strength was entirely sufficient to crush her. Once she adjusted her mentality, she glanced at him and said, come with me. She immediately turned around and walked off into the distance once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at her and followed her with Yun Banqing by his side. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing's voice resounded in his mind. We have to be careful. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Even though he possessed rebirth rank sword intent, the people here were living fossils that had lived for countless years. So, it was impossible to know if they had other methods besides sword intent to deal with him. It was just like how he was a sword cultivator, but he could still kill emperors even without the sword. If these people in Sword God's palace were able to fight without their swords, then the pressure he exerted upon them would reduce drastically. The beautiful woman led them towards the depths of the ruins. Yang Ye's face gradually turned solemn as he traveled forward, because he noticed that the surroundings were covered in all sorts of sword formations, and some would even be extremely troublesome to emperors. Yet according to the beautiful woman in palace attire, they were only damaged formations, and they would even be capable of killing emperors with ease if they were intact. Most importantly, it was just the sword formations in the outer area. If it was the sword formations in the inner area or the sect guarding formation itself, then even voiders might lose their lives. There was another reason why Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face, and it was because he'd once again experienced how strong the expert that destroyed Sword God's palace had been. After all, Sword God's palace had voiders all those years ago, and it definitely had more than one voider. As for emperors, there would have been even more, coupled with the grand formations it possessed. However, Sword God's palace had still been destroyed. Just thinking about the possibility of becoming enemies with such an expert caused a chill to run down Yang Ye's spine. After traveling for a while, a comparatively whole pavilion appeared before them. Yang Yi asked, "This is the main hall?" "Of course not." She continued, "This is where we're living. As for the main hall, it's a few thousand kilometers away from here, but we can't get in." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "There's a sword formation around it, and it was set up by the founding ancestor himself. It's boundlessly strong. We can't get close to it at all." Yang Yi asked, "It wasn't destroyed all those years ago?" She answered, "It was, but its foundation is still intact. So, it'll run by itself and stay active while there's spirit energy around it." Yang Yi asked, "How strong is it?" The beautiful woman glanced at Yang Yi before she said, "Very strong, because the sword intent within it is above the void rank." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. If it wasn't rebirth rank sword intent, then dealing with the formation shouldn't be a problem for him at all. But if it had rebirth rank sword intent within it, and it was even Jian Wuji's sword intent, then it wasn't easy at all. It was a huge problem. Even though he hadn't seen the formation, how could the formation which covered the main hall of Sword God's palace be weak? Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. He stopped thinking about it because they'd arrived within the hall. As soon as they entered, a green-robed young man with a sword chest on his back walked over to them. He immediately frowned when he saw Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. "Outsiders?" The beautiful woman said, "He's a sword cultivator." "A sword cultivator?" The young man was stunned, and then he gazed at Yang Yi while disbelief filled his eyes. "You You're a sword cultivator from the outside world? Yang Yi nodded. The young man's voice was trembling as he said, "How did you do that?" The beautiful women gazed at Yang Yi as well. They'd been trapped here for countless years, so they naturally wanted to leave. Now, a sword cultivator had been able to get in here, and it was like suddenly catching a glimpse of light from within a pitch-black abyss. Yang Yi replied, "I hid my aura and sword in tint." The young man hurriedly asked, "How did you hide it?" They could conceal their own aura and sword in tint as well, but no matter how they did it, it was impossible to avoid that mysterious expert's detection, and only death would be awaiting them if they left this place. Yang Yi glanced at the young man. "Hide it just like that?" The young man was stunned, and then a vicious glow flashed through his eyes. "You refuse to tell me?" Yang Yi took a step forward. "It seems like you intend to attack me?" The young man was about to speak when the beautiful woman hurriedly spoke. "Senior brother, he's here too." However, she hadn't even finished speaking when the young man had instantly drawn his sword and swung it at Yang Yi. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold glow flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. At the same time, a ray of light flashed. Clang! The clear and melodious sound of metal colliding resounded, and it didn't take long for silence to sweep through the area. Yang Yi was standing in front of the young man while holding a sword in his hand, and the tip of that sword was pressed against the center of the young man's forehead. It was stabbed slightly through the young man's skin, causing blood to seep out incessantly and dye his face red. The young man stared blankly at Yang Yi, and his eyes were filled with absolute shock. Sword in tint above the void rank. How could this be possible? The beautiful woman gazed anxiously at Yang Yi. They would be helpless if Yang Yi really killed the young man. After all, sword in tint above the void rank was capable of completely suppressing them, unless they didn't use the sword. But as sword cultivators, how much of their combat strengths would be left if they didn't use the sword? Fortunately, Yang Yi seemed to have no intention to kill. He withdrew his sword and gazed at the beautiful woman. "I'm not here to become enemies with all of you, but if some ignorant fellow attacks me..." Yang Yi waved the sword in his right hand. Hiss! One of the young man's arms instantly flew into the air. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically at the sight of this. Even Yun Banqing's eyelids twitched because she hadn't expected Yang Yi to do that. The young man didn't let out a shrill cry from losing his arm, and he just gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Obviously, he'd been shocked by Yang Yi's rebirth rank sword in tint. Yang Yi paid no attention to the man, and he gazed at the woman instead. "Where's your leader?" She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "He's in closed-door cultivation." I'll go notify him right now. Wait a moment." She glanced at the young man, Xing Feng, and the other green-robed man. They understood what she meant and left the hall with her. Once they left, only Yang Yi and Yun Banqing remained here. Yun Banqing said, "You did that to deter them?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Everyone is afraid of the strong yet bullies the weak. If I didn't reveal my strength, then some might try to play tricks." Yun Banqing pondered deeply for a moment and said, "I keep having the feeling that we might face some trouble. They've gone mad with their desire to leave." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. They are really capable of anything for the sake of leaving this place. Yun Banqing asked, "Why didn't you just say that you would take them out of this place, and then recruit them into the Sword Alliance?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. The Sword Alliance doesn't just accept anyone. Moreover, they're used to considering themselves as superior. So do you think there's a huge possibility that they would submit to me? Besides that, people never cherish things that they obtain too easily, and some would even feel like it was something I owed them. Just like that young man from before. Yun Banqing lowered her head slightly. Human nature? Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned before the ground beneath his feet had suddenly transformed before numerous dark golden chains appeared below his feet, and they instantly chained him, Yun Banqing, and his sword servants. There were a few dozen of these chains, and they were at the emperor rank. I never expected that a sword cultivator would have actually come here, and it's even one with sword in tint above the void rank. How surprising. As soon as this voice resounded, an old man in luxurious robes appeared before them. The beautiful woman and the young man who just lost an arm were beside the old man. Besides that, there were over 30 sword cultivators behind them, and there were both emperors and quasi-emperors amongst them. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the old man. We haven't even talked, yet you've already acted like this? What is there to talk about? The old man walked over to Yang Yi and said, See, I'm already very old, and this body is almost at its end. If I don't have a new body to take, then it won't be long before I die. Even though my cultivation would drop from that and I would never be able to advance further, isn't living like a dog better than being a dead lion? Yang Yi asked, You want to take over my body? Of course. The old man revealed a slight smile. The heavens are really kind to me. Sword intent above the void rank, and at such a young age. You're truly, truly perfect. As he spoke, the old man became excited. Moreover, you have a technique to conceal the aura of a sword cultivator. You were sent by the heavens to save us. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1245, All Who Have Are Dead. Chapter 1245, All Who Have Are Dead. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Can I ask you a few questions before you take my body? You still intend to ask questions when you're about to die? The one-armed young man spoke fiercely. You severed one of my arms just now. Now, I'll take both of your arms. He was about to attack while he spoke, but the old man stopped him. This body is about to be mine. I don't want him to be injured. The young man didn't dare to disobey the old man. So, he grunted coldly before turning around to gaze at Yun Banqing. Since I can't touch him, I can touch this little girl, right? The old man said, That depends on your junior sister. The young man gazed at the beautiful woman in palace attire. Meanwhile, she revealed a smile and said, Senior brother, her body will be mine soon. How could I allow you to do anything to her? The young man glanced at her and spoke indifferently. Didn't you like my howling melody sword? I'll give it to you later. Her eyes lit up. Really? The young man spoke coldly. Would I lie? The smile on her face grew even brighter. Then it's decided. She glanced at Yun Banqing and continued, however, You have to be gentle. Don't damage her body. The young man's gaze descended onto Yun Banqing, and he spoke fiercely. Don't worry, I will. Yun Banqing's eyes drooped, and she remained silent. Yang Yi glanced at the one-armed young man. Only incapable men vent their anger on women. You're really useless. The one-armed young man glared even more ferociously at Yang Yi. What did you say? Yang Yi replied, I cut off your arm. So come at me if you want to take revenge. Why bully a woman? The one-armed man's face grew extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, You can't defeat me, so you intend to vent on a woman. Isn't that a sign of uselessness? The Sword God's palace was the #1 power on the continent all those years ago. So why has it given birth to such a piece of trash like you? You probably were only able to attain the Emperor realm by pushing your cultivation up with violet crystals, right? I pushed it up with violet crystals? The one-armed man spoke fiercely. You weren't even born when I swept through the continent. Yang Yi replied, You lived for so long yet are still an emperor and still act like this? Looks like you wasted your life. As he spoke, Yang Yi glanced at the others here and said, It's the same for all of you. Just look at yourselves. You're like walking corpses. Sword cultivators should be unafraid of death, but all of you kept taking the bodies of others just to live, and you're all living like dogs. To be honest, while all of you are still alive, it's better to just die. This time, all of them had unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi continued, I actually felt a little anticipation before this, because I felt that all of you who survive would at least have things that you persisted on and lines that you wouldn't cross. But now it seems like you're just a bunch of trash, and I have no need for such trash. What a joke. The old man suddenly said, We're trash? Kid, I admit that your talent is extraordinary, but allow me to tell you that every single one of the people standing before you was an extraordinary expert that once roamed freely through the world. Their cultivations have dropped because they seized the body of another. As for our act of taking the bodies of others, would anyone give up the chance to survive? Meanwhile, The one-armed man laughed coldly. You just said all that because you want to protect her. Haha. Let me tell you that I'll take real good care of her. You think too highly of yourself. Yang Yi glanced at the one-armed man, and then he gazed at the old man. Didn't you want to take over my body? Do it. The old man gazed at him and said, seeing how you're so calm and composed makes me hesitate a little. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Are you afraid? Afraid? The old man chuckled for a while before he looked at Yang Yi. Would I fear you? Kid, you're definitely an extremely mentally strong person since you were able to attain sword intent above the void rank. And you're so calm and composed for no reason other than being very confident of yourself. If I was just an emperor, then I really wouldn't dare to try and take your body. But allow me to tell you that while my body is that of an emperor, my soul is that of a voider. Yang Ye's face instantly turned ghastly pale when he heard this, and there was even terror in his eyes. The others here instantly revealed cold smiles when they saw Yang Yi react like that, and the one-armed man ridiculed. I thought that you would be so unyielding, but aren't you acting just like an ordinary person when facing death? To think you had the gall to talk about us when you're afraid of death as well. It's normal to be afraid of death. The old man was smiling from ear to ear. Kid, don't worry. I will definitely not bring shame to this body of yours. He waved his right hand as he spoke, and the one-armed man and the others immediately moved backwards. The old man said, Didn't you want to ask me something earlier? Come, tell me what it is. I'll satisfy your last wish. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, Are the sword god seal and stellar sword diagram in your possession? So you're here for that. The old man said, I can tell you frankly that both of them aren't in my possession. Yang Yi asked another question. Then where are they? They are probably at the main hall. However, no one can get in there. No, once I take your body, and if I'm able to attain sword intent above the void rank, then I might be able to enter the main hall. The old man smiled. So, you can rest in peace, because I'll help you get both of them. Yang Yi nodded. I'm not worried at all. One last question. Have you seen that expert who destroyed Sword God's palace? The old man and the others' expressions changed when they heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them and asked, What? The old man stared him in the eyes and stared. All who have are dead. Yang Yi nodded lightly. I understand. Do it. The old man laughed coldly. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman in palace attire spoke abruptly. Be careful. The one-armed man spoke as well. I feel that there's something strange about that kid. Senior brother, you have to be careful. Don't let him turn the tables on you. I refuse to believe that the soul of a saint is stronger than the soul of a voider. The old man said, As for our willpower, I've cultivated until the voider realm, so how could my willpower be weaker than his? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's soul left his body and entered through the center of Yang Ye's forehead. The others, and even Yun Banqing's gaze, descended onto Yang Yi. Even though she was aware of the strength that Yang Yi possessed, the old man had once been a voider. Could Yang Yi resist a voider that was trying to take his body? Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Yun Banqing and the others instantly became anxious when they saw Yang Yi open his eyes. The one-armed man and the others didn't show any excitement or happiness, and they were looking vigilantly at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi took a deep breath while excitement and madness filled his eyes. I succeeded. I succeeded. A new body. A perfect body. Ha ha ha. Yun Banqing's eyes swiftly opened wide upon hearing him, and her face turned even paler. As for the one-armed man and the others, they heaved sighs of relief. The one-armed man laughed coldly. He seemed so confident earlier that I thought he could resist you, senior brother. But now it would seem like I overestimated him. The beautiful woman smiled. Even though his sword intent is above the void rank, he's still a saint in the end. How can the soul of a saint possibly resist the soul of a voider? Unless the founding ancestor was reborn, then perhaps it would be possible. Meanwhile, the one-armed man's gaze descended onto Yun Banqing, and he smiled with lust. Little girl, come, let me show you some affection. He was about to act once he finished speaking. However, Yang Ye's cold voice suddenly resounded. What? Is your head so full of lust that you're even disregarding your senior brother? The one-armed man was stunned, and then he instantly came to an understanding when he saw the iron chains around Yang Ye's legs. He turned to glance at the beautiful woman, and then they nodded at each other before forming seals. It didn't take long for the iron chains to vanish. Once they vanished, the one-armed man started walking towards Yun Banqing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before Yun Banqing. The one-armed man frowned at the sight of this. Senior brother, what's the meaning of this? Yang Yi glanced coldly at the one-armed man and said, Do you still want to leave this place? The one-armed man was stunned, and then wild joy swept through him. I almost forgot about that. I presume that senior brother has obtained his concealment technique, right? Yang Yi nodded. Yang Yi nodded, and the one-armed man and the others were instantly filled with excitement. We can leave. They'd been trapped here for countless years, and the only reason they remained alive was to leave. Now, they could finally do so, so how could they not feel excited? A short while passed before the one-armed man asked, Senior brother, how did he do it? The others gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, The reason he was able to conceal his aura wasn't any technique. It was a type of formation. The one-armed man frowned. A formation? Yang Yi nodded. If it wasn't for a powerful formation, do you think he would have been able to deceive that existence? The one-armed man thought for a moment and said, That does make sense. That existence's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid even some void rank techniques wouldn't be able to deceive her at all, and perhaps only a powerful formation can accomplish that. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Senior brother, what formation is it? Yang Yi glanced at the one-armed man and said, The universe concealment formation. The universe concealment formation? The one-armed man frowned. What is that? Meanwhile, the beautiful woman said, Don't worry about that. Just let senior brother set it up. The one-armed man nodded. Right? Yang Yi said, 2 things are required to set up the formation. Violet crystals and swords at the emperor rank. So give me all you have. Remember, the more the better. Otherwise, it might fail. Once it fails, I might suffer backlash. Moreover, it might destroy the violet crystals and swords used to set up the formation. So, don't hide your possessions and give it all to me. Our chance to leave this place depends on it. As he spoke, Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Everything. Chapter 1246 We Just Want to Live. Chapter 1246 We Just Want to Live. Yang Yi was naturally still himself. Not to mention that the old man had been a voider once. Even if he was a voider now, Yang Yi would still not fear having his body seized. Take over his body? The old man was courting death. The tiny vortex had fused with his body, so taking over his body was equivalent to going against the tiny vortex. It wouldn't be something terrifying while his enemies were in the outside world, but even a few voiders would be helpless if they entered his body. The others exchanged glances and were slightly hesitant upon hearing Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned. Do all of you want to go out or not? The one-armed man hesitated for a moment and said, Senior brother, we naturally do. But emperor rank swords. Yang Yi replied, You'll just be borrowing it to me, and I'll give it back to all of you once we've left this place. They instantly heaved sighs of relief, and the one-armed man smiled, Senior brother, you should have said that earlier. I'd thought that we'd lose those swords upon setting up the formation. As he spoke, he was the first to withdraw 2 swords. Yang Yi glanced at them, and he noticed that both were at the emperor rank. He nodded slightly and looked at the others. This time, they didn't hesitate and handed over their swords in succession. In just a few breaths of time, 43 swords were standing before Yang Yi, and all were at the emperor rank. Yang Yi felt his heart speed up as he gazed at them. 43 emperor rank swords. Even though Yang Yi was very rich, he wasn't so rich as to treat emperor rank treasures as pieces of scrap metal. However, it didn't take long for him to become calm once more. He glanced at them and said, That's all? The one-armed man asked, Is it not enough? Yang Yi said, I'm just trying to take precautions. If it isn't sufficient, then all our efforts would have been wasted. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman spoke abruptly, If it's in terms of sword formations, then our sword god's palace is the greatest on the continent. But why have we never heard of that universe concealment formation? The one-armed man and the others gazed at Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Do all of you know why he was able to attain sword intent above the void rank?" The beautiful woman asked, "Why?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "He has been to Godfall Mountain and obtained the founding ancestor's inheritance. That formation was something the founding ancestor got from outside our world. However, the founding ancestor hadn't left it behind in Sword God's palace. So that's why." She nodded slightly and said, "I was wondering how he broke through the void rank. So he obtained the founding ancestor's inheritance. But that would make him the founding ancestor's disciple, yet we—" "Fool!" The one-armed man suddenly shouted coldly. "So what if he was the founding ancestor's successor? What does that have to do with us? Presently, the sword god's palace only exists in name, and we can't even protect ourselves, so why should we care about his successor?" Senior brother Lung Yin is right. One of the sword cultivators by the one-armed man's side spoke. "Presently, surviving is the most important to us. As for the founding ancestor's successor, it has nothing to do with us." Lung Yin added, "Once we leave this place, we'll definitely be able to gain supremacy over the continent with the strength we possess." He glanced at the others before he continued, "However, the important matter at hand is to leave this place. So, if you have more swords, then hand them over. Our senior brother isn't going to take your swords for himself, so it's pointless to continue hiding them." The others nodded slightly when they heard Lung Yin, and it didn't take long for 5 more emperor-rank swords to appear before Yang Yi. Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the swords away before he said, "Violet crystals." Since they'd given him their swords, they naturally wouldn't try to conceal their violet crystals, and they immediately gave him everything they had. Yang Yi glanced at it, and there were over 10,000. He glanced at them and said, "It's too little." Lung Yin asked, "Over 10,000 are still too little?" Yang Yi nodded. "This is no ordinary formation. It was created by an ancient sword cultivator from outside our world. The founding ancestor wouldn't have learned it if it could be set up with ease." He glanced at them and continued, "Stop hiding it. Wouldn't we have as many as we want once we leave this place?" Lung Yin turned around and glanced at the others, but they shook their heads. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman suddenly said, "Don't we have an energy convergence formation? It has over 30,000 violet crystals within it. That should be enough, right?" Yang Yi blinked and said, "Right, how could I have forgotten that? It should be enough if we use all the violet crystals in the energy convergence formation." One of the sword cultivators said, "But if we take them, then the formation will vanish. At that time, the spirit energy in this area will become scarce." "Fool," Lung Yin said, "we're leaving. So why would we need that formation? Let's go extract the violet crystals in that formation." As he spoke, Lung Yin led all the others away. Only Yang Yi, Yun Banqing, and the beautiful woman remained. The beautiful woman glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "Senior brother, congratulations on obtaining new life and such an outstanding body." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Junior sister, what are you trying to say?" She smiled and said, "With the strength you possess, you'll definitely be able to reign supreme over the entire continent once you leave this place. At that time, please take good care of your junior sister." Yang Yi smiled, of course. The beautiful woman grinned, and then she walked over to Yun Banqing. "Senior brother, I can't wait any longer. So let me take her body now." As she spoke, she was about to act, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "Wait." She turned to look at Yang Yi. "What? Senior brother, have you taken a liking to her?" Yang Yi walked over to Yun Banqing and pinched her chin before he smiled. "She's drop-dead gorgeous, so how could I not be tempted?" He turned around to look at the beautiful woman again and said, "So, wait a little while before you take her body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do anything once you have, right?" Yun Banqing glanced at Yang Yi and didn't speak a single word. The smile on her face stiffened slightly when she heard Yang Yi, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. She gazed at Yang Yi for a few breaths of time before she smiled. So that's why. Since senior brother wants her, then I'll wait a while. Right? I'll go help senior brother Long Yin and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Yun Banqing said, "Stop her. She has seen through you." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then rebirth rank sword in tint appeared out of thin air and instantly held the beautiful woman on the spot. "You really aren't my senior brother." She took a deep breath and turned around to look at Yang Yi. Why? Why did he fail? Yang Yi glanced at her but didn't answer her. He turned around to look at Yun Banqing instead and said, "How did you find out?" "When you stopped Long Yin." Yun Banqing said, "Your eyes as well. Your eyes are filled with confidence, and it's something that old man didn't have. Besides that, it's the feeling you give me. You feel like you have no ill intent towards me." Yang Yi rubbed his nose. "I thought I deceived you. Looks like I failed completely." He turned around to look at the beautiful woman in palace attire and continued, "What about you? How did you see through me?" She pondered deeply for a short while before she said, "I just suspected you slightly in the beginning, because your tone was different than my senior brother. So, I decided to test you." Yang Yi replied, "You said you wanted to take her body just to test me?" She nodded slightly. "Sure enough, you stopped me, and the reason was actually because you wanted to do her. Can you watch your manners when speaking?" Yang Yi was slightly displeased. "You're a woman, yet you speak so shamelessly. Is that really good?" He didn't care, and he mainly said that because he was worried that Yun Banqing would feel embarrassed. She glanced at Yun Banqing and said, "She isn't yours?" Yang Yi said, "Tell me how you saw through me. I'm really quite curious about the answer." She replied, "The reason I was so sure is because my senior brother has never lusted for women." Yang Ye's face froze, and a short while passed before he shook his head. "I never expected that to be the problem." She spoke in a low voice. "Why did my senior brother fail?" Yang Yi gazed at her and replied, "I think that you should be more concerned about yourself." She looked him in the eyes and was about to speak when Long Yin and the others suddenly walked in. Long Yin withdrew a spatial ring and said, "There are a total of over 30,000 violet crystals in here. Coupled with the violet crystals from before, there are over 40,000. Senior brother, start setting up the formation." As he spoke, he passed the spatial ring to Yang Yi. After he passed the spatial ring to Yang Yi, Long Yin chuckled and said, "Senior brother, you set up the formation while I take good care of that little girl. Junior brother can't restrain myself anymore." As he spoke, he shot towards Yun Banqing and intended to grab her. Yun Banqing gazed calmly at Long Yin. It was as if she was looking at a dead man. OM. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then Long Yin's figure froze on the spot. Everyone here was shocked. Long Yin turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. You aren't my senior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yin's head tilted to the side and dropped to the ground while a pillar of blood shot up into the air. "You." The others gazed at Yang Yi with horror. Besides horror, there was rage in their eyes as well. But none of them dared to attack because sword intent above the void rank could fully suppress them. Yang Yi looked up at them. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman suddenly walked over to him and said, "We've been trapped here for too long. It has been so long that we don't even remember how many years it has been. We just want to live. We just want to leave this place." Chapter 1247, Willing to Do Anything. Chapter 1247, Willing to Do Anything. Yang Yi gazed at the beautiful woman in palace attire for a long time, and then he said, "I'll let all of you live." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking towards the exit, and Yun Banqing quickly followed him. Suddenly, the beautiful woman arrived before Yang Yi, and she slowly knelt down before him. "You're the founding ancestor's successor, and we're willing to submit to you." Some of the other sword cultivators hurriedly came over to Yang Yi, and then they knelt down slowly just like she had. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "All of you don't want to submit to me. You just want me to take you out of here." The beautiful woman looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "Take us out of this place and we'll submit to you." In their opinion, they were willing to do anything to leave this place. "I don't need it." Yang Yi continued out of the hall once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, The beautiful woman suddenly shouted, "Why?" Yang Yi stopped and said, "Do you know why I wanted to come and talk with all of you? Because I'd intended to take all of you out of here. Unfortunately, all of you didn't choose to talk with me, and you chose to take my body instead. From the moment all of you made that choice, we were enemies. I should have killed all of you, but I'll give Jin Wuji face and spare you. However, every person must take responsibility for their own choices. Now, it's time for all of you to take responsibility for your own choices." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly left the hall with Yun Banqing. The beautiful woman and the others within the hall had despair all over their faces. Caged. They had to continue living in this cage forever, ceaselessly look for bodies to seize, and drag out their existence here. Despair, then came hope, but despair came once more. The beautiful woman looked out of the hall for a very long time before she said, "Everyone, I don't want to continue living. Farewell." As soon as she finished speaking, a wisp of scarlet red suddenly seeped out the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were still open, and she was still looking out of the hall, but there was no color in her eyes. "Everyone, farewell." Another voice resounded, and it didn't take long for a figure to stiffen. "Farewell. Farewell. Farewell." 10 breaths of time later, there wasn't a single sound of someone breathing within the hall, and it was absolutely silent. Yang Yi stopped moving outside the hall, and he remained silent for a moment before shaking his head lightly. After that, he continued forward. Yun Banqing said, "Their strength wasn't bad." "I know," said Yang Yi. "All of them were emperors and voiders in the past, and their sword intent was practically at the void rank, especially the beautiful woman in palace attire. She was entirely capable of fighting numerous emperors on her own." Yun Banqing asked, "Then why didn't you take them in or refine their corpses into puppets?" Yang Yi replied, "Over 10,000 years of being imprisoned here has made them lose the dignity of a sword cultivator and has made them stop at nothing. So long as they can live, they can constantly go to lower lows. Of course, everyone wants to live, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, I don't need such people. If they enter the Sword Alliance, they will only bring a negative impact. Moreover, they frequently take the bodies of others, so it's impossible for them to advance further. Thus, if they want to continue living, they'll definitely continue taking the bodies of others." Yun Banqing nodded slightly. "Then why didn't you refine them into puppets?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "In the past, I thought that I could refine an endless number of puppets, but I recently noticed that I can't. Every single puppet is mentally linked to me. If I have too many, the burden on my mind would be too great. Just like this very moment, coupled with the puppets I had in the past, I have almost 20 now. Moreover, all of them are emperors. I'm almost unable to endure the overall burden they represent. If I'm to refine more, I'm afraid that my mind might collapse." He'd noticed this problem when he refined those 4 sword servants earlier. It made him feel quite regretful because it meant that he could only have 20 sword servants at most. Of course, as his strength grew and his mental strength grew, he would naturally be able to refine even more. So, he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Cultivation was the foundation of everything. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned to look at Yun Banqing. "I wasn't intentionally trying to tease you on purpose when I pinched your chin earlier. I'm sorry." Yun Banqing gazed at him and said, "So you did it on purpose?" Yang Ye's face twitched. He was about to speak when she said, "There's no need to explain. I'm not that shy." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Your mother and younger brother should be fine for now, right?" She pondered deeply for a moment and said, "They should be fine for now, but we must get to the Yun clan before the Imperial Oceanic Shuttle of Ocean View City returns. Because once it does, the news of me killing Yun Tianming would definitely spread. At that time, my mother and younger brother would be in a..." Yang Yi said, "I understand. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately head to the Yun clan with you and have a look at the Veiled region." Yun Banqing gazed at him and said, "Thank you." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm doing all of this so that you'll work diligently for me in the future. So, you don't have to be too grateful." Yun Banqing glanced at him and said, "I sent people to investigate you, but you're really different from what I imagined." Yang Yi smiled. "What did you think I was like?" She replied, "You wouldn't get angry at me, right?" He smiled. "I won't." She said, "Based on your past, I felt that you were very immature, brainless, impulsive, rash, headstrong. In short, you're an utterly rash fellow, and you aren't worthy of being the Sword Alliance's master. Because you don't consider the overall situation at all, and you do everything based on your own personal whims. Such a person wouldn't live for long." Yang Ye's face was dark. She glanced at him and spoke softly. "You're angry?" Yang Yi replied, "No, but I think that you can just skip to the but." "All right." She seemed to be smiling slightly as she spoke, "But after I traveled with you for the last few days, I noticed that you're actually very meticulous behind your rashness, and you consider most things before taking action and even have a plan to deal with the situation. Besides that, you don't just use force to deal with things. Of course, if you can use force, then you seem to always just use force to deal with it. While it seems to be rash, when I think about it carefully, it actually is the simplest and most effective method to deal with things." Yang Yi revealed a smile. "Are you praising me?" She gazed at him and spoke seriously. "There are definitely many women who like you, right?" Yang Yi was stunned. A short while passed before he said, "Why do you ask that question?" Yun Banqing answered, "Many experts innately look down upon the weak and give handouts to them. But throughout this time we've been together, while your strength is countless times superior to mine and made me an utter weakling before you, you really respected me all along the way. Besides that, you never acted like that to me. Just like moments before this, you apologized for pinching my chin. Actually, it wasn't necessary. Not only was it unnecessary, I should feel grateful, because you were saving me. However, you apologized because we're equal in your heart." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You thought quite a lot about it. Women usually think quite a bit." She continued, "The strong are respected on the continent, and only strength would make others respect you. But while I was much weaker than you and am even a woman, you still really respected me. Now, I kind of understand why so many are willing to follow you. It's because you respect others." Yang Yi smiled. "Even I didn't notice that I had such a strong point." She continued, "Most importantly, you aren't doing it intentionally to rope others over to your side. I can sense that you're doing it because it's part of your nature." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Stop praising me. I would be filled with vain if you continued." He gazed at her and continued, "You're extremely gorgeous, so why wear a veil?" She replied, "I'd face a lot of trouble if I didn't." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he nodded. "Right, based on your appearance, it really is very easy for it to draw trouble to you. However, trouble will still come easily even if you wear that veil." She asked, "Why?" Yang Yi smiled. "The more mysterious something is, the more attractive it is. Wearing a veil will only attract the attention of even more." "Then I won't." She removed it while she spoke. Yang Yi nodded to himself when he saw her appearance. Needless to say, she really was very beautiful. She was the type of woman that one couldn't look away from. Beautiful things were always able to draw the attention of others, especially beautiful women in the eyes of men, and Yang Yi was naturally a man. Of course, he was merely appreciating her beauty because he had numerous wives already. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's face when he thought of Su Qingyi, Xiao Yushi, and the others. After that, he withdrew his gaze. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing glanced at him but didn't speak a word. The two of them didn't speak another word, and they just sped up towards the main hall. After traveling for over 2 hours, Yang Yi and Yun Banqing had solemn expressions on their faces, because sword intent had appeared around them, and it was unlike the sword intent from before. It was rebirth rank sword intent. As they went further, the sword intent grew sharper and fiercer. Besides that, rays of light and sword energy ceaselessly appeared in the surroundings. But the light and sword energy weren't aimed at them, and it seemed like they were coming from damaged formations. "Be careful." Yun Banqing glanced at the surroundings before moving closer to Yang Yi. Any single ray of light or sword energy wasn't something that she could resist. It could be said that just getting struck by one would equal to death or being severely injured. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he emanated his rebirth rank sword intent to resist the sword intent in the surroundings. The rays of light and sword energy were nothing because they couldn't even get close to him, but the rebirth rank sword intent in the surroundings was quite strong. If he didn't resist it with his sword intent, then the pressure it placed upon him was immense. However, right at the moment he released his sword intent, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 1248 A Peak Battle. Chapter 1248 A Peak Battle. As soon as Yang Ye's sword intent appeared, a strand of terrifying sword intent crashed down upon Yang Yi and Yun Banqing like an avalanche. Rebirth rank sword intent. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward, and a strand of sword intent appeared out of thin air before him. It formed an invisible wall that obstructed the sword intent that was crashing down towards him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded from the collision, and the space around them even started rippling violently like it was boiling. Moreover, Yang Yi had been pushed almost 10 steps back during the collision. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed as he said, "Stand behind me." Yun Banqing's figure flashed behind Yang Yi. She clenched her fists as she gazed at his back, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. The two strands of sword intent were still fighting each other in front of Yang Yi, while space rippled incessantly. It was a shocking sight. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he took a step forward before sword intent swept out from him. Bang! Crack! Along with a loud explosion, the space around Yang Yi and Yun Banqing cracked apart. At the same time, the sword intent in the air vanished. Suddenly, an intense sword shot through the sky from afar. Even though it was just a sword, it felt like a mountain crashing down upon them, and even Yang Yi couldn't help but feel suffocated by its aura. Yang Yi didn't dare act careless. He flicked a similar intense sword forward, and it collided with the other intense sword. OM! A sharp sword howl resounded through the air, but Yang Ye's expression changed instead, because his intense sword had actually cracked apart, and it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. As for the other intense sword, it was still completely intact. Yang Ye's heart sank slightly. Bang! Meanwhile, his intense sword suddenly shattered, and then the other intense sword emanated a terrifying pressure as it shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. It was extremely swift, and had practically instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi pressed his right index and middle fingers together to form a sword, and then he tapped them forward. OM! The intense sword collided with his fingers, and then another sword howl resounded. Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly once again while the intense sword was constantly pressing against his fingers. It seemed like it desired to pierce through his fingers. Stop! As soon as he spoke, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and stopped on the spot, but his hand bent slightly. A moment later, a wisp of ferociousness flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he moved his hand slightly to the side, and then he moved his hand forward and grabbed the hilt of the intense sword. At the moment he grabbed onto its hilt, the intense sword started trembling madly with the intention of struggling free from his grasp. Yang Yi grabbed the intense sword's hilt with his left hand as well, and then rebirth rank sword intent started surging out incessantly from him to suppress the intense sword. Bang! A long time later, the sword suddenly shattered into pieces while Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly. Once he finally stopped himself, Yun Banqing hurriedly walked forward, and her expression instantly changed upon catching sight of his hands. At this moment, Yang Ye's hands were mangled, and his arms were even covered in fine cracks that stretched through them like a spiderweb while blood seeped out incessantly from the cracks. Yun Banqing was stunned for a moment before she withdrew a silk handkerchief with the intention of wrapping his wounds, but Yang Yi stopped her. "It's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi sent the violet energy within him to his arms, and his injuries started to heal slowly. Yang Yi remained silent as he gazed at his hands. While it was both rebirth rank sword intent, he could be said to have been completely crushed. There was a gap. Even though both his sword intent and Jian Wuji's sword intent were at the rebirth rank, there was still quite a gap between them. Yang Yi thought for a while before he came to an understanding. Jian Wuji's rebirth rank sword intent was at the peak of the rebirth rank, at the very least. Moreover, it might have even arrived above the rebirth rank. But he'd just attained the rebirth rank, so it was normal for there to be a gap between them. Once he figured it out, Yang Yi stopped being conflicted about it. He gazed at Yun Banqing, whose eyes were filled with worry, and he smiled. It's fine. Just these injuries are just minor injuries to me. Yun Banqing glanced at him and nodded slightly. Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. Let's continue. I'm getting more and more curious about what lies ahead. Just like that, they continued forward. This time, they didn't encounter any sword formations around them, and it was extremely smooth all along the way. It didn't take long for them to walk out of the ruins. There was a palace just 3 kilometers ahead of them. It was extremely huge and simply seemed like a small city. Yang Yi noticed that the entire palace was built from numerous arm-length swords. As for the sky above the palace, there were over 10,000 swords circling the air there according to some sort of pattern. Besides that, there were swords flashing through the area around the palace as well. All of these swords were at the quasi-emperor rank. Yun Banqing spoke softly. This is the sword god's palace was renowned throughout Dark Hell continent? Yang Yi nodded slightly. It should be. As he spoke, Yang Yi walked forward. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing hurriedly moved forward. I don't think it's that simple. Yang Yi smiled. I know. However, I'm already here. Are you telling me that I should head back? Right. She continued. But you have to be careful. Of course. Yang Yi nodded, and they both sped up. It didn't take long for them to arrive before the entrance of the palace. There were 3 characters inscribed above the entrance. As he gazed at the name, Sword God's Palace, that was inscribed above the entrance, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he raised his hand and pushed the door. However, a ray of light suddenly flashed out from above the door, and it shot towards him and Yun Banqing. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. He pulled Yun Banqing behind him, clenched his right hand into a fist, and then slammed it forward. Bang! The light dispersed, and then both Yang Yi and Yun Banqing were pushed backwards. Yang Yi glanced at his fist, and there were over a dozen bloody marks on them. Suddenly, the swords that were circling the air above the palace stopped moving. Yang Ye's expression changed when he noticed this, and he intended to take Yun Banqing with him and leave. However, it was too late. The swords in the sky suddenly shot down towards him, and it was like a dense storm that couldn't be avoided. All of these swords were imbued with rebirth rank sword intent. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Rebirth rank sword intent suddenly appeared in the sky and swept towards those swords. After Yang Ye's rebirth rank sword intent appeared in the air, the swords in the sky were instantly obstructed, but Yang Ye's body bent down. All of those swords were at the quasi-emperor rank, and they were imbued with rebirth rank sword intent. So, how terrifying was their strength? Even Yang Ye's rebirth rank sword intent and body at the divine shift realm couldn't endure the pressure they placed upon him. Meanwhile, a huge circle of light appeared in the sky. The swords started to tremble violently, and then rays of light surged out incessantly from them and slammed against the barrier created from Yang Ye's sword intent. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the barrier shattered into pieces, and then the over 10,000 swords in the sky instantly descended to the ground like a mountain. Yun Banqing's expression changed, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. Fuck off! A furious howl resounded, and then a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the light was instantly dispersed. At the same time, a blood-red ray of light swept up from below. Bang! 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 The 10,000 rays of light in the sky were instantly blasted apart by the blood-red ray of light. However, the circle of light in the sky suddenly shook violently, and then those swords in the sky converged together and formed a huge sword that stretched through the sky. Once the huge sword formed in the sky, the space in the sky warped. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he saw the huge sword. A moment later, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, the huge sword started to descend. Yun Banqing watched nervously as the blood-red ray of light and the huge sword slammed against each other. Bang! The blood-red ray of light dispersed, and the huge sword exploded apart. Countless swords shot towards the surroundings. At the same time, The circle of light in the sky cracked apart as well. However, it didn't vanish, and it didn't take long for another sword howl to resound from the circle of light. As soon as the sword howl resounded, the swords that Yang Yi blasted apart earlier had instantly converged together once more. Yun Banqing hurriedly shouted, "That circle of light is a sword formation, and it has to be destroyed. Otherwise, it'll never end." Yang Yi turned around to glance at Yun Banqing. Her heart and mind shook when she saw Yang Ye's eyes that seemed to hold oceans of blood in them, and she couldn't help but take around 10 steps back. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to look up once more, and then he pressed his sword against the center of his forehead. A moment later, his figure vanished on the spot. Yun Banqing was stunned and hurriedly looked up. Bang! A brilliant ray of light and dazzling ray of red light erupted in the sky, and they drowned Yang Yi beneath their radiance. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing stared fixedly at the sky while her hands were trembling incessantly. Oem! After a long moment of silence, a sword howl suddenly resounded in the sky, and then an explosion resounded as the circle of light in the sky shattered apart. Countless rays of sword energy swept through the sky, and even space was torn apart before them. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in cracks, and it was an extremely shocking sight. A ray of blood-red light shot down from the sky, and Yun Banqing quickly ran over to it. But she hadn't even come close when baleful energy and slaughter intent blasted her away. Yun Banqing stood up and gazed at Yang Yi, who was covered in a blood-red glow, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. A long time passed before the blood-red light dispersed, and then Yang Yi appeared before Yun Banqing's eyes. Yang Yi gazed at her and grinned, and she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly went over to Yang Ye's side. At this moment, there weren't any injuries on Yang Ye's body, but he was slightly exhausted and was practically unable to stand properly. Yun Banqing supported Yang Ye's body and was about to speak when the door to the palace suddenly opened up. At the same time, a voice came from within the palace, "As expected of you. Yang Yi, come in. I've been waiting a long time for you." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 1249, I'll kill that person. Chapter 1249, I'll kill that person. There's someone in there, and that person knows me. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite dazed. He gazed at Yun Banqing, and he saw that her eyes were filled with bewilderment as well. She was sure that it was Yang Ye's first trip to Sword God Island. Yet there was someone in the main hall, and that person knew Yang Yi. That was truly quite inconceivable. Yun Banqing asked, "Are you going in?" Yang Yi smiled. "I can't just turn back now, right?" As he spoke, he withdrew some violet crystals and swallowed them. After that, he looked up at the sky. Swords were floating throughout the sky because those swords had become like ships without their anchor once the circle of light was destroyed. They were just floating all over the sky. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to wave his right hand. In an instant, those swords surged towards him, and he put them all away. Around 10,000 quasi-emperor rank swords. Just thinking about it made him excited. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement and happiness in his heart, and he said, "Let's go in and have a look. After all, not only is there someone in there, that person knows me. I'm truly very curious." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them entered the hall. At the center of the hall was a green-robed man who sat cross-legged there. He had his back to Yang Yi and Yun Banqing, so they couldn't see his appearance clearly. Besides that, the entire hall was completely empty. Yun Banqing spoke softly, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded slightly and started walking towards the green-robed man. When he arrived, just 30 m away, an invisible barrier obstructed him. Yang Yi didn't force his way through and stopped instead. "Who are you? Why do you know my name? What did you mean when you said that you've been waiting a long time for me?" Yang Yi sized up the green-robed man while he spoke, but his divine sense had just left his body when it felt like a rock falling into an ocean. "I'll answer your questions later." The man continued, "Can you answer a few questions of mine?" Yang Yi replied, "Go on." The green-robed man asked, "That sword you used earlier, was it a sword of slaughter?" Yang Yi answered, "Yes." The green-robed man pondered deeply for a short moment before he said, I've only seen a single sword like that outside our region. I never expected to see one again. You were able to subdue it and utilize it, so I presume you've killed many, right? Yang Yi said, quite a few indeed. The man fell silent for a long time before he said, if the people of the world vilify you, bully you, insult you, mock you, look down on you, curse you, or deceive you, what would you do? Yang Yi chuckled, kill them. If someone acts against me, I'll kill that person. The man asked, what if a million bully you? Would you kill them? Yang Yi replied with a question, why not? The man fell silent for a long time before he said, there is no kindness in your heart. Of course I do. Yang Yi continued, but my kindness depends on the person. Should I show kindness and mercy to an enemy? No. I've always believed that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, and it's irresponsibility to your loved ones and friends. Enemies should be annihilated. The green-robed man said, your sword Tao is a selfish one. Everyone is selfish. Yang Yi continued, but I don't hide my selfishness, and that's why I seem exceptionally selfish. The man remained silent for a long time. You're right, everyone is selfish. But do you know that he could have avoided death that day? But he didn't hesitate to give up on improving his sword Tao and rushed back to stop that existence just for this continent. If he hadn't come back from outside the region, he wouldn't have died. At that time, I really hoped that he would act selfishly for once. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally knew who the man was talking about, Jin Wuji, of course. Yang Yi sized up the man and asked, who are you? Don't be impatient. I'll answer everything later. I haven't spoken to anyone for so many years, so let me speak for a while. The man continued, I asked him why he insisted on coming back when he knew that he was no match for that existence. He said that there are many times when someone is needed to step forward at a certain moment in time and at a certain place without taking a single step back. So long as one stood on that spot, one had unavoidable responsibility, and it was that person's duty. He did that. Even until the moment of his death, he'd never stepped back. Even if that existence intended to spare him, he still hadn't left until he died in battle. The man paused for a moment and continued, if you were in his place, then you would have definitely not come, right? Yang Yi chuckled. I will fight for my loved ones and friends, but I refuse to fight for the world. The man asked, why? Yang Yi replied, because if I'm in trouble, only my loved ones and friends would help me. As for the others in this world, would they help me? They wouldn't. So, to be honest, what does their fate have to do with me? The man remained silent for a long time before he nodded. I understand now. There are a myriad Daos of the sword, and everyone has a different sword Dao. There's no right or wrong sword Dao, and only suitable or unsuitable sword Daos. Your sword Dao suits you, and you stay true to your heart and continue on your path of the sword Dao. That's why you've been able to gain such accomplishments. Yang Yi said, now can you answer my questions? He didn't really want to continue speaking about such pointless things. The man replied, what do you want to know? Yang Yi asked, who are you? The green-robed man replied, I'll answer that question at the end. Yang Yi glanced at the man and said, how do you know me? The man replied, you've been to Godfall Mountain, so I know you. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The man waved his right hand, and a screen of light instantly appeared before Yang Yi. It flickered for a moment before Yang Yi appeared on it. Yang Yi was stunned because it was displaying the moment that he entered Godfall Mountain that day. Moreover, it had everything from the moment he ascended Godfall Mountain until he left it. Yang Yi waved his hand and everything before him vanished. Are you not going to explain? The man replied, a mirage formation. He placed it there. Yang Yi nodded. All right, that concludes my previous question. Now for me, last question. Who are you? What are you doing here? The man fell silent for a moment before he said, don't use your sword intent and profound energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-robed man suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared once more. After that, a sword stabbed straight towards the center of Yang Ye's forehead. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly slammed his fist forward. However, Yang Ye's face instantly changed drastically when his fist collided with the sword, and his right foot twisted against the ground as he moved around 30 back before looking at his hand. At this moment, his hand was trembling. Not because the green-robed man was too strong, and it was because that attack had stabbed at the point where his strength erupted from. It had blocked his strength and caused him to suffer backlash. It was a flaw. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face because the mat had stabbed straight against the flaw in his attack. Again, the green-robed man vanished once more. A moment later, he appeared behind Yang Yi, and a sword stabbed towards the back of Yang Ye's head at extreme speed. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. A sword immediately appeared in his grasp, and then he turned around swiftly and swung it horizontally. Right when their swords were about to collide, the green-robed man suddenly changed the trajectory of his sword and struck a sideways stab against the back of Yang Ye's sword. Clang! Yang Yi staggered forward, and his sword almost flew out of his grasp. Yang Yi was stunned as he gazed at the sword which had almost flown out of his grasp. See that? Your strength is very great, but your technique is insufficient. If you encounter a true expert, then not only will your strength be unable to become a barrier to them, it will become a form of assistance to them instead. I didn't put much strength behind that attack, and I just made it stab where it should stab at the right moment. So, it had such a great effect. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot again, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi and him to be in battle again. Yun Banqing was stunned by their battle, because Yang Yi was completely suppressed. Yang Yi was in a very embarrassing state right now. Not only was he completely suppressed, he'd almost lost his sword on many occasions. Yang Yi simply seemed like someone who'd just taken up the sword. Around 15 minutes later, a soft clang resounded as Yang Ye's sword was flicked away and stabbed into the ground. Both of them stopped. Yang Yi was stunned as he gazed at his sword in the distance. He'd never imagined that he would ever lose his sword in battle, and it had actually been accomplished with such ease. The green-robed man said, "When I saw you deal with the formation earlier, I noticed that you only know how to use brute force and powerful techniques. Actually, that sword formation wasn't powerful at all after suffering 10,000 years of deterioration. Actually, based on your strength, just a single attack would have been sufficient to destroy it. Unfortunately, you fought so hard that you were almost exhausted." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he turned around and bowed slightly to the green-robed man. "Please provide me with your guidance." The green-robed man said, "You're extremely swift, and your strength is extremely great as well. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to utilize them well. Sword cultivators destroy all techniques with a single swing of the sword. How does one accomplish that? It's naturally by locating the flaws in the technique and destroying it with a single blow. You possess the enlightened sword heart, so accomplishing that is actually not difficult at all. All techniques and moves have their flaws. If you think someone has no flaws, then the reason isn't that the person has no flaws, but the person is too strong while you are too weak. Destroying all techniques with a single swing, Yang Yi clenched his fist slowly. Indeed, from some moment in time, he only used brute force and slammed all sorts of powerful sword techniques against his enemies. Look for their flaws? He couldn't be bothered. The green-robed man said, "I attacked you to remind you that the sword Dao seeks simplicity. Stab where you should stab." As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking slowly towards Yang Yi. "Didn't you want to know who I am? I'll tell you right now." The green-robed man immediately transformed into a ray of light that entered the center of Yang Ye's forehead. Yang Ye's eyes suddenly opened wide while a mark appeared on his forehead. Chapter 1250 The Ruler of All Regions. Chapter 1250 The Ruler of All Regions. A sword. There was a tiny sword-shaped mark on the center of Yang Ye's forehead. It was very small and only the size of a pinky, and there was nothing special about it at first glance. "Didn't you want to know who I am?" Suddenly, the green-robed man's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. "I'm the sword god seal that you were looking for." The sword god seal. Yang Ye's body shook upon hearing that because he hadn't expected the green-robed man to be the sword god seal. From the beginning and even now, He'd thought that the man was an elder of the Sword God's palace from all those years ago. He hadn't expected that fellow to not be human at all. The green-robed man said, "I'll be erasing my consciousness. From today onward, the Sword God Seal will become a brand new Sword God Seal. So long as you ceaselessly nurture it with rebirth rank sword intent, it'll definitely grow a new consciousness in the future." Erase your consciousness? Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. Why? After all, it was extremely difficult for a treasure to form intelligence of its own, especially such a divine treasure. It might take over 10,000 years for it to form a consciousness, yet the Sword God Seal actually wanted to erase its consciousness. The green-robed man said, "I should have left with him on the day he died, but I was worried about this seal. It's the treasure of inheritance in Sword God's palace, so how could it fall into the hands of someone weak? Now, it has a master that is worthy of it, and I can leave without any worry. Remember that this seal isn't just the symbol of the Sword God's palace's master. It's a symbol of status in the Sword God's pavilion as well." Yang Yi frowned. The Sword God's pavilion? What's that? The green-robed man pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Wuji established in the all-region stellar continent, and it's filled with the genius sword cultivators from all regions. Now that so long has passed, I don't know if the Sword God's pavilion is gone or prospering. However, I think that it shouldn't be gone, because many of those geniuses aren't inferior to you at all." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What is that place?" The green-robed man explained, "Areas larger than a continent are called stellar regions, and areas larger than stellar regions are called a universe. Our universe has over 100 stellar regions. If all these stellar regions are included, then there might be 2,000 to 3,000 worlds of varying sizes. However, our universe only has a single large world, and that's all-region stellar continent. All-region stellar continent is also called the ruler of all continents. That's a place where geniuses are truly numerous like grains of sand on the ground, and it's a place that the powers of countless stellar regions want to enter. Even Wuji at his peak could only be considered as above average there." Yang Yi asked, "It doesn't just have one power on it?" The green-robed man replied, "No power can unite all-region stellar continent. Only powers of a stellar region that are able to unite over 100 worlds are qualified to enter all-region stellar continent." Yang Yi asked, "Senior Jin Wuji didn't unite over 100 worlds, right?" The green-robed man replied, "Just he alone was sufficient to fight against over 100 worlds." Yang Yi was speechless. The green-robed man continued, "The Sword God Seal is yours now, and you can be considered to be a partial disciple to Wuji. You admit that, right?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Because he wouldn't have been able to attain Rebirth Realm Sword Intent without Jin Wuji's guidance. The green-robed man said, "Since the Sword God's seal is in your possession, and you're a partial disciple to Wuji, you're the master of Sword God's pavilion from this moment onward." Yang Yi shook his head. "You wouldn't be so naive as to think that they would acknowledge me as the master just because I have the Sword God seal, right?" The green-robed man suddenly asked, "Do you know what the true ability of the Sword God seal is?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "It can enhance sword energy and sword intent, and it has a formation within it." The green-robed man replied, "That's only what's revealed on the surface." Yang Yi asked, "It has other abilities?" The green-robed man said, "Its true ability is to temporarily improve rebirth rank sword intent to returnal rank sword intent." Returnal rank? Yang Ye's pupils constricted. The returnal rank is above the rebirth rank? It can enhance sword intent to the returnal rank? It's only temporary. The green-robed man continued, "Actually, it's not really the returnal rank, and it should be called the quasi-returnal rank, because the Sword God Seal can only raise your rebirth rank sword intent to its peak. In other words, the quasi-returnal rank. However, that's enough. After all, quasi-returnal rank sword intent has surpassed the rebirth rank. So long as it has surpassed the rebirth rank, all sword cultivators will be suppressed by you. Of course, I'm only talking about sword cultivators who haven't attained the quasi-returnal or returnal ranks." Yang Yi asked, "What if someone in Sword God's pavilion has attained the returnal rank?" The green-robed man, "Then I'll pray for you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The green-robed man asked. Do you have any other questions? Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he asked, Who destroyed Sword God's palace? The green-robed man fell silent for a very long time before he answered, A very strong person. Yang Yi asked, How strong? The green-robed man spoke solemnly. Based on that person's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for that person to destroy this continent. Yang Ye's face instantly darkened. Destroy the continent? Yang Yi couldn't help but touch his chest. Can't that fellow, Qiong Qi, destroy the continent? Perhaps, maybe, possibly. I think it might be possible. Let him give it a try. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Brother, I'm sure you're aware that person really hates sword cultivators. The green-robed man replied, I know what you're trying to say, but I'll be of no help even if I stay behind. That person's strength is beyond my ability. Besides Wuji, no one in the last tens of thousands of years throughout Dark Hell Continent is capable of stopping that person. Yang Yi gulped. So, I'm dead? I don't know. The green-robed man continued. Do you have any other questions? Yang Yi said, Are you in that much of a hurry to die? The man replied, I've wanted to go since the day he died. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, One last question. Where's the stellar sword diagram? The green-robed man replied, It won't make a difference even if you obtain it. Yang Yi said, I've comprehended the sword domain. How could that be possible? You, the green-robed man cried out involuntarily, You've comprehended the sword domain? Yang Yi took a step forward. In an instant, a mysterious force enveloped the surroundings. The sword domain. The sword domain. It really is the sword domain. You've actually comprehended the sword domain. Yang Yi could sense the green-robed man's voice was trembling. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly complacent because of this. After all, the green-robed man hadn't even lost his composure from the fact that Yang Yi possessed rebirth rank sword intent. Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed because he sensed that the green-robed man was destroying his own consciousness. What are you doing? The green-robed man's voice grew weaker as he spoke. The sword god seal is lucky to be able to acknowledge you as its master. As for the stellar sword diagram, just forget about it. Because it has fallen into that expert's hands. Yang Yi was stunned and hurriedly said, Don't die so fast. I have another question. How do I use the sword domain? Hey, how do I use the sword domain? The sword domain. Remember, the sword domain can suppress all sword intent within its scope, even returnal rank sword intent. However, if your cultivation is insufficient, then you'll pay with your lifespan. The sword domain can also. The green-robed man's voice stopped abruptly at this point. Yang Yi was stunned. Can also what? What? Tell me. Don't die. Don't fucking die. Quickly tell me. Hey. Not a single sound came from the green-robed man. Yang Yi was stunned and sat on the ground. I'm truly a fool. I actually put the sword domain right at the end. That fellow knew how to use the sword domain. Meanwhile, Yun Baiqing walked over to him and spoke softly. Why think like that? Yang Yi gazed at her, laughed bitterly, and remained silent. She said, Entrusting your hopes on others is a display of foolishness and lack of ability. You're no fool. Yang Yi replied, I naturally understand that principle. I just feel that it's quite a pity. But it isn't a big deal because I gained quite a bit this time. Besides the sword god seal, I even obtained a huge amount of useful information. Yun Baiqing nodded. That's the right way to think. Yang Yi took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. Because he hadn't activated it, the sword-shaped mark wasn't visible on his forehead. But he could sense that the sword god seal was there. After all, it had fused into one with him. Unfortunately, it didn't have a consciousness of its own now. If the green-robed man was still alive, then just the sword god seal alone could definitely be able to fight at least 10 emperors and even resist voiders. Yet now, the sword god seal that had lost its consciousness was like an inanimate object unless it was activated by him. I'll just nurture it slowly. Yang Yi shook his head, glanced at the surroundings and said, Now, let's go look for treasures. As he spoke, They started walking towards the depths of the hall. They walked for quite some time before they walked out of the palace. There were numerous pavilions in the area behind the palace. Yang Yi glanced at them, and his gaze descended onto one of the pavilions, which was called the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing didn't hesitate to enter it. Yang Yi was stunned at the moment he stepped into the pavilion, and then wild joy swept through him. There were around 50 beams of light floating around the pavilion. Some were swords, some were sword armors, some were sword wings. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that all of them were at the emperor rank. Not the quasi-emperor rank, the emperor rank. The actual emperor rank. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. It wasn't Yang Yi who spoke these words. The voice had come from the outside. Yang Yi and Yun Banqing turned around, and they saw a white-robed young man and an old man appear not too far away. Yun Banqing's expression changed. The Yuan clan. Yang Ye's expression had changed as well because the old man was a voider. A voider. The white-robed young man ignored Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. He sized up the surroundings and smiled, as expected of Sword God's palace. They are actually all at the emperor rank. Ha ha ha. All of them belong to me. Yuan Xiaobai. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "They are mine." The white-robed young man, Yuan Xiaobai, turned around to look at Yang Yi. "I dare you to say that again." Chapter 1251 Head Snatch. Chapter 1251 Head Snatch. Repeat myself? No. I'll prove it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the beams of light shattered into pieces. After that, he instantly put away all the treasures within them before looking at the white-robed young man. "See, they all belong to me." The white-robed young man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Are you sure?" Yang Yi gazed at him for a few breaths of time, and then a sword suddenly appeared in his grasp before he vanished on the spot. OM. Along with a sudden sword howl, a ray of light flashed through the air. When battle couldn't be avoided, Yang Yi chose to launch the first attack. At this moment, it was naturally impossible to avoid battle. As for reasoning with him and saying that first come first serve, he was no fool and would naturally not seek insult. Yang Yi didn't hold back and immediately executed the ultimate version of death by a thought. There wasn't much distance between them, and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi launched a surprise attack, the white-robed young man hadn't even been able to recover from his shock before Yang Ye's sword stabbed against the center of his forehead. However, Yang Ye's expression changed when his sword stabbed against the center of the young man's forehead, because a palm-sized shield had suddenly appeared there. The quasi-emperor rank sword in his gra instantly trembled and cracked apart upon stabbing against the shield. At the same time, a powerful wave of force swept out from the shield and moved along his sword before slamming against his body. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded as Yang Yi moved backwards repeatedly. When he arrived around 30 m back, he stomped his right foot towards the ground behind him and instantly stopped his figure from moving further back. Meanwhile, he glanced at his slightly numb arm before looking at the center of the white-robed man's forehead. At this moment, the tiny shield had vanished. A void-rank defensive treasure. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Only a void-rank defensive treasure could resist death by a thought with such ease and even cause cracks to appear on a quasi-emperor rank sword. A sword cultivator? The white-robed man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he frowned. "You're a sword cultivator from the outside world." "Impossible. No sword cultivator would dare to come here." "You." His frown grew even deeper at this point. "That formation outside could even kill voiders, yet it has been destroyed. It's impossible for you to destroy it with the strength you possess. So, who exactly are you? How did you get in here?" "It can even kill voiders?" Yang Yi frowned. Even though the formation had been strong, it was impossible for it to kill voiders. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to figure it out. The Sword God Seal could enhance sword intent. While the sword intent within the sword formation had been at the rebirth rank when he faced it earlier, it hadn't been quasi-returnal rank sword intent. If the Sword God Seal had enhanced the sword intent there to the quasi-returnal rank, then he would have been absolutely incapable of resisting it. After all, if it was quasi-returnal rank sword intent, over 10,000 quasi-emperor rank swords, and that formation, then it really wouldn't be difficult for it to kill a voider. Yang Yi felt that it was probably the reason why Sword God's palace still hadn't been completely plundered until now. After he figured it out, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked up at the pair before him. The old man was standing at the side with his eyes slightly closed, and it seemed like he'd entered into a meditative state. If one didn't look at him, one wouldn't notice that a person was there, because divine sense couldn't detect his presence at all. Yang Ye's gaze paused on the old man for a while, and then he turned to look at the white-robed young man. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing walked over to Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. The Yuan clan is the #1 power in the human race of the Veiled region. He's its young master, Yuan Xiaobai, and his strength can be ranked in the top 3 of the Veiled region's younger generation. He's extremely strong. Be careful. The Yuan clan. Yang Yi nodded lightly. He didn't waste his breath on the man and immediately vanished on the spot again. His figure was before Yuan Xiaobai when it appeared once more, and he swung his sword forward. A cold glow flashed through Yuan Xiaobai's eyes when he saw Yang Yi attack without saying a word, and then a silver spear appeared in his grasp. He twisted his wrist, and the silver spear stabbed forward swiftly. It was like a dragon surging forward. The spear and sword collided. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded abruptly as the space around Yang Yi and the white-robed man shook violently before both were pushed backwards. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop moving, but the white-robed young man was still moving backwards and only stopped after moving another 100 m back. Meanwhile, the old man glanced at Yang Yi but didn't attack. Yuan Xiaobai's face was completely gloomy. He glanced at his slightly numb hand before looking up at Yang Yi. You really surprised me quite a bit, but it would only be interesting like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Xiaobai's spear transformed into a ray of silver light that shot forward at extreme speed, and it instantly arrived before Yang Yi. But Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged. He'd intended to swing his sword forward, but he suddenly recalled what the green-robed man had said. So, he pondered deeply for a moment before starting to stare fixedly at the spear. Yang Yi's hand moved when the spear was about to stab the center of his forehead. His sword struck a point on the spear's body. In an instant, the silver light it emanated was dispersed, and the spear itself even seemed like its weak point had been struck and just fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaobai was stunned when he witnessed this scene from afar. He hadn't expected that his attack would have actually been stopped with such ease. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. The Enlightened Sword Heart. He'd gained the Enlightened Sword Heart a very long time ago, but from some moment in time, he'd actually overlooked that advantage of his. Just as the green-robed man had said, every technique and move had flaws. So long as he could locate those flaws, then he could overcome them with the smallest amount of strength. But from some moment in time, he'd become fond of brute force. No matter who his enemy was, he would just swing his sword at them. Of course, it was effective, because very few could compete with him when it came to physical strength and speed. However, once he encountered a true expert, like the green-robed man, under the circumstances that it wasn't suitable to utilize profound energy and sword intent, he was practically incapable of fighting back. At this moment, Yang Yi felt quite regretful. He regretted not constantly practicing with this advantage he possessed. After all, such abilities naturally required practice. The green-robed man and him could both locate the flaws in the attacks of others, but he was far inferior when compared to the green-robed man. Of course, being able to destroy all techniques with a single attack didn't equal invincibility. If he encountered a formidable opponent like a Nanjing who was a genius with extraordinary combat instinct, then it might not be effective against her. Besides that, if his opponent's attacks were too swift, he would be helpless against it as well. Because even if he could detect the flaws in the attack, he couldn't take hold of that flaw if his opponent's speed exceeded his ability. Another situation was when his opponent's strength was too great. Such opponents would be able to crush everything with pure strength, so techniques and skill would be useless regardless of how great they were. So, even if he possessed the Enlightened Sword Heart, it still had to be supported by his speed and strength in order to accomplish the feat of crushing all techniques with a single attack. The ability to crush all techniques with a single attack. Meanwhile, Yuan Shibai spoke abruptly. How interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Come try and deal with this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Shibai vanished on the spot. Yang Yi frowned because Yuan Shiobai's speed had suddenly risen explosively. This time, Yang Yi didn't look with his eyes because his eyes couldn't keep up with Yuan Shiobai's speed. Yang Yi closed his eyes, and a moment of silence ensued before his hand moved once more. A ray of light flashed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded abruptly, and then Yuan Banqing watched with shock as Yuan Shiobai was pushed back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Yuan Shiobai. Yuan Shiobai's speed was very swift indeed, but his own speed was much swifter. Unless Yuan Shiobai's speed and strength surpassed him, he would be able to crush all of Yuan Shiobai's attacks. It was the second time today that Yang Yi noticed how extraordinary the enlightened sword heart was. The first time was naturally during the battle between him and the green-robed man. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's face as he glanced at the sword in his grasp, and then he looked at Yuan Shiobai again. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yuan Shiobai's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flickered within them. He roared with fury as the spear in his grasp created countless spear images that enveloped down upon Yang Yi. Crush! A ray of light flashed along with his voice, and then the spear images vanished while Yuan Shiobai was blasted backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes narrowed. Yang Yi didn't stop and continued his charge towards the white-robed young man. He didn't execute any techniques and just utilized ordinary swings, stabs, and flicks of the sword. However, it was exactly such moves which repeatedly repulsed a quasi-emperor like Yuan Shiobai to the point he couldn't fight back at all. The current battle was simply similar to the scene during the battle between Yang Yi and the green-robed man. After fighting for a while, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and looked at Yuan Shiobai. Why don't you ask your senior to help you? You will die if this continues. There's no need to egg me on. Yuan Shiobai spoke with a gloomy expression. Don't worry, he won't interfere. Kill me if you can. Yang Yi didn't really believe him and said, he really won't? Yuan Shiobai turned to look at the old man. Elder Lin, don't interfere. The old man said, that fellow is very strong. Yuan Shiobai laughed coldly. He is. But only then would it be interesting. Elder Lin, just watch and don't interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Shiobai vanished on the spot. Then I won't hold back. Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot as well. A moment of silence ensued before a loud explosion resounded. It didn't take long for the glow of the spear and sword to be dispersed. This time, Yang Yi had been pushed back, and he'd only been able to stop after moving almost 300 m back. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shiobai pointed at the small shield at the center of his forehead and said, I'm invincible with this treasure in my possession. How can you fight me? Yang Yi glanced at the small shield before a slightly strange smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Is it not so? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Yuan Shiobai's mouth. It can even stop void rank techniques, let alone your lousy moves. Yang Yi suddenly said, can it defend you from the inside? Yuan Shiobai frowned. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand in Yuan Shiobai's direction. Head snatch. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Yuan Shiobai was stunned, and then a moment passed before his eyes suddenly opened wide. He howled, Elder Lin, save me. Chapter 1252 Against a Voider. Chapter 1252 Against a Voider. As soon as Yuan Shiobai finished speaking, hiss. Yuan Shiobai's head had vanished while a fountain of blood shot up from his neck. Meanwhile, a head had appeared in Yang Ye's grasp, and there was a small shield at the center of the head's forehead. At this moment, it had struggled free of Yuan Shiobai's forehead and intended to flee. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to catch it and toss it into the tiny vortex. Once he was done, Yang Yi gazed at the old man. Surprisingly, the old man was very calm, and he didn't look angry at all. Yang Yi said, I'm quite surprised. The old man replied, surprised about how calm I am. Yang Yi nodded. The old man gazed at him and said, he's dead. So what's the point of getting angry? No matter how angry I get, he's still dead, right? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed, the old man said, his death can only be blamed on himself. He didn't possess sufficient strength yet insisted on overestimating his ability, and he even acted complacently and looked down on his opponent just because he had a void rank treasure. If he doesn't change that attitude of his, then even if he survived you, he'll die at the hands of another. If even the heavens of this world could lose its life from courting death, let alone a person. You're quite open-minded. Yang Yi continued, as you said, he's dead. I think that there's no need for us to enter into conflict because of a dead person. What do you think? The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, I can't change the fact that he's dead, but I can avenge him. Someone has to pay for his death, and I can't be the one to do that, right? Besides that, I'm really quite tempted by those Emperor rank treasures and that void rank phantom shield. So, what do you think? Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a short while before he nodded. This place is too small. Why don't we head out and have some fun? That's exactly what I want. The old man turned around and left the hall. Yang Yi was about to go after the old man when Yun Banqing suddenly said, You? Yang Yi turned around to gaze at her, and he smiled. Actually, I really want to fight a voider as well. I won't tell you to flee because it's impossible for you to survive if I die. So, just stay away. Even though he'd fought a voider realm demon beast, that demon beast hadn't fought him seriously at all, and it was the same for him as well. After all, he hadn't utilized his sword during the battle. Now, he wanted to truly fight a voider. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi immediately vanished towards the distance. Yun Banqing gazed at the exit for a short while, and then she took a deep breath and followed them. The area outside the hall was extremely vast. Even though there were many pavilions there was over 10K of distance between each pavilion. The old man stopped, turned around, and gazed at Yang Yi. I'll treat you seriously. Do you know why? I'm quite curious about that, replied Yang Yi. Actually, he was only a mid-rank saint right now, and the old man was definitely able to discern that. However, the old man hadn't attacked him in the hall and had agreed to fight him outside. That was really unusual, because not to mention a saint, a voider could even kill an emperor with ease. The old man replied, the number one genius on the continent, the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi. How could I not take someone like you seriously? After all, that old geezer from the World Devastator cult never returned after he left the Veiled region. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed. He gazed at the old man for a long time before he said, When did you realize who I was? The old man said, If I knew you were Yang Yi from the beginning, then Xiaobai wouldn't have died. Your attainments in the Sword Dao are formidable, and I've never seen anyone who can compare to you. Actually, if Xiaobai didn't have that phantom shield, that first attack of yours would have already killed him. Yang Yi replied, Since you didn't know from the very beginning, then it was from the moment I executed the head snatcher technique, right? The old man nodded slightly. The World Devastator cult sent the head snatcher to deal with you, and that's no secret in the Veiled region. But he was killed by you, and that's common knowledge as well. So, it's the most likely that the head snatcher technique fell into your hands. Coupled with the fact that you've a sword cultivator and are able to remain calm and composed even before me. Such strength and mentality could only be possessed by one sword cultivator in the younger generation. So who else could you be but the master of the Sword Alliance, Yang Yi? Yang Yi shook his head. I wanted to keep a low profile, but I can't help but be too outstanding. Alas, as they say, gold shines wherever it is. The old man suddenly asked, Did you kill that voider from the World Devastator cult? Yang Yi looked up at the old man and said, What do you think? The old man pondered deeply for a while before he said, Throughout history, only Jin Wuji killed a voider while at the Saint Realm, and he relied on the precious treasure of the Sword God's palace, the Sword God's seal, in order to accomplish that. Even though you're extremely strong, there's still quite a gap between both of you when compared to the strength he possessed at your age. You seem to hope that I can't kill voiders. Yang Yi grinned. Or perhaps you're afraid. Afraid that I can kill voiders, right? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long while before he said, Come, let me see how strong the number one genius of the continent, the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi, is... Bang! A pillar of blood suddenly shot up into the sky and instantly dyed the sky red. At the same time, a blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's right hand while the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. As soon as the blood-red sword appeared, boundless baleful energy and slaughter intent surged out in waves from within Yang Yi. The old man's gaze descended onto the blood-red sword in Yang Ye's grasp, a void-rank sword, and it's even a sword of slaughter. Bring it on. Yang Yi started walking slowly in the old man's direction, and every single step he took created a blood-red footprint on the ground. Actually, I too want to see how strong a voider is. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more. Yang Yi drew his sword swiftly, and a sword howl shot up into the sky as the sword in his hand descended towards the old man, while emanating monstrous slaughter intent and baleful energy. 200 overlapped heaven rends. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, a black hook appeared in his right grasp, and he lightly flicked it upwards. Clang! The sword and hook collided, and an invisible wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. But it didn't take long for the old man's aura and Yang Ye's sword intent to obliterate the energy. A moment of silence ensued before the hook shattered in the old man's grasp. Yang Ye's sword was at the void rank while the hook was only at the emperor rank. Coupled with the strength of Yang Ye's rebirth rank sword intent, it couldn't resist heaven's gravestone at all. The old man suddenly vanished at the same time that the hook shattered, and he was 300 m away when his figure appeared once more. Meanwhile, he swiftly stretched out his hand in Yang Ye's direction and said, "Compress." As soon as he spoke, the space around Yang Yi actually started to overlap and press down upon Yang Yi. Bang! Rebirth rank sword intent appeared around Yang Yi, but it wasn't able to shatter the spacer around him, and it could only slow down the speed that it pressed down upon him. Moreover, it only slowed it down a little. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because this wasn't a feat of pure control over space. The space that was overlapping and pressing down upon him actually contained some sort of imposing aura. Yes, it was the imposing aura of a voider. The old man had fused his aura into the space around Yang Yi, so it had fortified the space there by at least 10 times. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he sheathed the blood-red sword and drew it swiftly. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward and space was instantly torn apart before it. However, Yang Ye's face grew even more solemn, because the space which his sword energy tore open was healing swiftly. Moreover, the blood-red ray of sword energy was compressed and obliterated by the space in the surroundings after traveling around 100 m forward. Meanwhile, the aura of a voider was surging out incessantly from within the old man, and all of it surged into the space around Yang Yi. In the end, they fused with the space there. The space around Yang Yi was pressing down upon him without end. At this moment, he only had an area of around 1.5 m in his vicinity that he could move freely through. Moreover, that was only because his rebirth rank sword intent was obstructing the space around him. If he didn't have rebirth rank sword intent, then he would probably be unable to move even a muscle. However, even with rebirth rank sword intent, it was still pressing down upon him incessantly. The space he could move in was growing smaller and smaller. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly spoke. "Is that all you've got?" Yang Yi looked up at the old man and said, "It's only the beginning. Why are you getting so impatient?" As soon as he finished speaking, almost 10,000 rays of light instantly shot up into the air from within Yang Yi. With the enhancement of Yang Ye's void rank slaughter intent and rebirth rank sword intent, these swords tore open the space before them with absolute ease. In an instant, the space that trapped Yang Yi was torn into pieces by those swords. At the same time, a circle of light appeared in the sky. Sky Eradicator. The formation within the Sword God Seal. The formation had appeared within his mind when he obtained the Sword God Seal just now, and it needed swords to be activated. Swords which he just happened to have. So, Yang Yi hadn't hesitated to activate it. The old man's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. When over 10,000 quasi-emperor rank swords were enhanced by void rank slaughter intent, rebirth rank sword intent, and a formation, even he didn't dare to underestimate the strength it possessed. The old man's eyes narrowed while he slowly relaxed his fists. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out explosively from within him, and it grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, the old man seemed like a volcano that was about to erupt. The circle of light in the sky was ceaselessly emanating circle after circle of dazzling light. All 10,000 swords had converged upon it to form a huge sword. But the huge was blood red right now. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood behind the huge blood-red sword. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes as he looked down at the old man and said, "I'll kill you with this." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword-shaped mark appeared on Yang Ye's forehead. OM. At this moment, all the people and demon beasts throughout Sword God Island heard a sword howl, and all of them looked in the direction of Sword God's palace while astonishment filled their eyes. At this moment, even the old man was stunned because his aura had actually been forced back into his body. Chapter 1253 A Debt of Blood Must Be Repaid with Blood. Chapter 1253 A Debt of Blood Must Be Repaid with Blood. The quasi-returnal rank. Yang Yi had no intention to exchange countless blows with the old man. He was just a mid-rank saint while the old man was a voider. A battle of attrition? Only a fool would do that. If he didn't choose a battle of attrition, then he had no choice but to utilize his greatest trump card. He had two trump cards like that. One was his rebirth rank sword intent at the brink, and the second was the Sword God seal that he'd just obtained. He decided to utilize the Sword God seal because he wanted to see quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Rebirth rank sword intent was almost the same as the aura of voiders, but quasi-returnal rank sword intent far surpassed the aura of voiders. As soon as quasi-returnal rank sword intent appeared here, the old man's aura was instantly pushed back into his body. In the air, Yang Yi suddenly slapped the huge blood-red sword, and it shook violently before shooting down at the old man. There was a muddled expression in the old man's eyes as he gazed at the huge blood-red sword. How could this be possible? That isn't sword intent above the void rank. How could this be possible? Even though rebirth rank sword intent was a threat to him, it was just a threat. But this sword intent Yang Yi emanated wasn't just a threat. It felt impossible to resist. It was absolutely crushing. It was completely crushing him. As the huge sword grew closer and closer to the old man, the powerful pressure of the sword intent and terrifying strength of the sword energy within it had locked onto the old man. Even the space around the old man started to warp before them, and the old man's body actually started to show faint signs of warping. It seemed like he would be obliterated in a moment. No. The old man howled with fury while ferocity crept up on his face. He unfurled his fists and twisted them slightly. This movement seemed to extract something from his surroundings, and the scene around him instantly changed. Firmament palm. The old man shouted with fury as a practically translucent palm carried a terrifying aura and swept forward to collide with Yang Ye's sword. Bang! It sounded like spring thunder rumbling through the sky. The space throughout the surroundings was shattered, but it didn't take long for a mysterious force to repair it in an instant. But just a moment later, the space there cracked apart once more. After shattering and being repaired around 10 times in succession, the space there finally returned to normal. However, countless waves of energy and powerful sword energy were shooting incessantly throughout the area. But when the waves of energy and sword energy struck those pavilions in the surroundings, the pavilions would instantly emanate faint light that obstructed the sword energy and waves of energy. So, the surroundings were damaged by Yang Yi and the old man. Once the waves of energy and sword energy lessened, Yun Banqing suddenly ran out of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and she immediately stopped moving when she saw the scene before her eyes. There were two people standing not too far away from her. They were naturally the old man and Yang Yi, and numerous swords were scattered all around them. The old man stared blankly ahead and said, "How strong?" As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand moved slightly, and a talisman appeared in his grasp. A moment later, It transformed into a ray of light that entered the space before him, Yang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's body started to turn ethereal, and it slowly turned more and more ethereal. A few moments later, the old man's body vanished. He was dead. Yun Banqing wasn't delighted at all by the sight of this, and her face became extremely solemn instead. Suddenly, Yang Yi fell to the ground, and he held his head with both hands as he slammed it incessantly against the ground, gradually forming numerous small depressions in the ground. Yun Banqing's expression changed. She hurriedly ran over to Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, Don't come near me." Yun Banqing stopped moving, and her voice trembled as she said, Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just slammed his head incessantly against the ground. Once he completely smashed apart an area, he moved to a different area, and it didn't take long for small depressions to fill the surroundings. Backlash. He was suffering backlash from his sword intent. He'd utilized the Sword God Seal to forcefully improve his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank in order to kill the old man, but he hadn't expected that it actually came with backlash. His sword intent was naturally not at the quasi-returnal rank, so once it dropped back down to the rebirth rank, the backlash came right after. It was like a person who could only run for 10 laps around the field had utilized external forces to make himself run 50 laps around the field. So, there was a problem. Once the effects of the external force vanished, the body would naturally suffer backlash, because 50 laps weren't something the body could endure at all. Now, he was in a similar state. There was one thing different about backlash of sword intent when compared to physical backlash. Physical backlash caused pain throughout the body, but backlash of sword intent affected his mind and soul. So, such pain was overwhelming. Now, he just wanted to lose consciousness. But the sad thing was that he couldn't fall unconscious at all. If he had a choice, he would definitely not choose to forcefully improve his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank, because it was truly worse than dying. It was like someone was burning his mind and soul with a torch. Such pain lasted an entire day and night. A day later, Yang Yi was lying on the ground with Yun Banqing by his side. At this moment, Yang Ye's countenance was ghastly pale as if it had no blood within it, and his body was twitching from time to time. However, he was much better than before. Earlier, he'd been ceaselessly slamming his head against the ground, and he'd even raised his sword to strike his head on many occasions. Fortunately, his head was hard enough and wasn't damaged. Of course, the main reason was that his mind was still clear. Otherwise, if he really used rebirth rank sword intent to strike his head would have been chopped off a long time ago. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing just gazed at Yang Yi from the side, and no one knew what she was thinking. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Yun Banqing hurriedly went over to him and said, "How are you feeling?" Yang Yi glanced at her, and he revealed a smile on his pale face. "I'm all right." He was about to stand up as he spoke, but his body merely moved slightly and wasn't able to stand up, because he actually noticed that he didn't have an ounce of strength in him. He was exhausted. That attack had instantly exhausted all his profound energy, and because of the backlash he suffered, even his body was severely exhausted beyond its limits. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, withdrew some violet crystals, and swallowed them. As the spirit energy surged into his body, his countenance started to take a turn for the better. After around an hour passed, the color on Yang Ye's face was practically normal, and his body was almost completely healed with the help of the primordial violet energy he possessed. Yang Yi stood up, glanced at the swords scattered in the surroundings, and then fell silent. It could be said that there was a huge gap between him and Voiders. Even though he'd killed the old man, it didn't mean anything, because he'd relied on the Sword God Seal. Regardless of whether it was the quasi-returnal rank sword intent or the Sky Eradicator formation, they both didn't belong to him. External sources of strength. To be precise, it wasn't his own strength that he'd relied on to kill the old man, because his own strength wasn't sufficient to kill a Voider without the Sword God's seal. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, waved his right hand, and gathered all the swords in the surroundings. After that, he waved his right hand once more, and the treasures he obtained earlier within the pavilion appeared before him. Yang Yi glanced at them and noticed that there actually were 30 emperor-rank swords. Coupled with the emperor-rank swords from before, he had 78 of them now. 78 emperor-rank swords. Yang Yi felt his heartbeat speed up. After all, they weren't at the quasi-emperor rank, but the actual emperor rank. If Qin Zhuyao and the others were given these swords, then their strengths would definitely rise a level. Besides those 30 swords, there were 10 sword wings and 10 sword armors. All of them at the emperor rank. However, they weren't up to his standards. Now, he was only interested in void rank treasures. It couldn't be helped, he was used to utilizing void rank treasures, so he wasn't really interested in emperor rank treasures. After he put them away, Yang Yi flipped his palm once more, and a palm-sized dark blue shield appeared there. This shield was the same shield Yuan Qiubai had protected himself with during the previous battle, and it had given Yang Yi a huge headache. Fortunately, he had the head snatch technique. Otherwise, he would really be helpless against Yuan Qiubai. After all, it could even stop his death by a thought technique. So it was obvious that ordinary Heaven Rends wouldn't be a match for it at all, unless he executed the true form of Heaven Rend or utilized the Sword God's seal. Otherwise, Yuan Qiubai was practically invincible. Yang Yi sized it up before dropping a drop of his blood essence on it. As soon as the blood essence entered it, the phantom shield instantly trembled violently before transforming into a ray of light that entered Yang Ye's body. At the same time, Yang Yi sensed a connection form between him and it. Void rank treasures had a temper of their own, and they would definitely not submit with ease. However, no matter how great its temper was, it would lose it all before the tiny vortex. He'd tossed the phantom shield into the tiny vortex to deal with its temper. Now, it seemed like his plan was very successful because it hadn't resisted at all. Yang Yi studied it for a while and faintly understood why it was called the phantom shield. Because it had fused completely with his body, and so long as a part of his body was attacked, it would immediately appear there. It could be said that he wouldn't have to fear surprise attacks while he possessed this shield. Of course, it could be used outside of his body as well. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then a dark blue shield instantly appeared before him. The shield was only half his height, around half a meter wide, and completely dark blue. It wasn't like the blood-red shield that had to be controlled by its user. The phantom shield could be commanded with the heart. For example, just a single command in the heart would make it appear where he wanted it to appear. So, it could be said to be much more convenient and effective than the blood-red shield. Yang Yi smiled and put it away. Suddenly, the space in the area where the old man had died a day ago had suddenly started to ripple. A voice transmission? Yang Yi frowned. It didn't take long for a voice to resound from there. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Chapter 1254 I've never known fear in my life. Chapter 1254 I've never known fear in my life. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood? The frown on Yang Ye's face grew even deeper. Yun Banqing explained, he sent out a transmission talisman before he died, and he spoke your name. That transmission talisman was probably sent to notify the Yuan clan in the Veiled region. In other words, the Yuan clan knows that he's dead, and he died at your hands. No, it should be said that his death was related to you because the Yuan clan would definitely not think that you can kill a voider. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, if they want to fight, then I'll give them a fight. Yun Banqing spoke solemnly. The Yuan clan is very strong. So what? Yang Yi continued, should I go seek reconciliation with them? Even if I did, would they agree? They would definitely not. Doing that is no different than asking for insult. So, if they want to fight, then I'll give them a fight. Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point and continued, I don't like to fight, nor do I like to cause trouble. But you should understand that there are many occasions in this world where trouble would come to you even if you don't cause it. Yes, if you make a compromise out of consideration for your overall interests, then you can play down the matter sometimes. Just like before. If I immediately gave them all those treasures once they entered the pavilion, and then knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, then perhaps they would let us live. In that way, we would naturally not face any trouble. Yun Banqing said, but you wouldn't do that. Of course. Yang Yi continued, throughout my lifetime, I've acted arrogantly, acted madly, challenging things, experienced glory, experienced falling back down to the ground, been complacent, and suffered frustration. But I've never known fear in my life. I don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. So, I'll never do something like making compromises so that others are happy. Yun Banqing gazed at him for a short while and said, That's truly manly of you. Yang Yi was speechless. Yun Banqing stretched out a hand to comb the hair by her ear and said, I know that you're not afraid, but I want to tell you that the Yuan clan isn't the world devastator cult. Their clan has existed for extremely long. It can be said that it existed during Jian Wuji's era, and its reserves can be considered to be the greatest throughout the human race on the continent. Yang Yi replied, But their young master was so weak. She walked over to him and looked him in the eyes. He wasn't weak. It is you who are too strong. Understand? Yang Yi was stunned. So it's my fault? Yun Banqing couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head and spoke seriously. You have to realize that your opponents aren't the younger generation anymore. At the very least, your opponents aren't the younger generation while you're in Dark Hell Continent. Because there's practically no one in the younger generation that can compete with you. Your opponents are those old fossils at the Voider Realm, understand? Yang Yi said, That's quite unfair. It's your fault for not having any background. Yun Banqing grinned. If you were from a good clan, then you can gain fairness. Because there would be people to help you deal with the old fellows at the Voider Realm. Unfortunately, you aren't from a good family, so you can only deal with them yourself. Yang Yi smiled. Tell me more about the Yuan clan. She nodded. Their strength can be described as being unfathomable. At the very least, they have 4 Voiders on the surface. As for how many they have in secret, no one knows. After all, no clan would reveal all its trump cards. Why do you have such an unsightly expression on your face? Yang Yi gulped. 4 Voiders. I killed one just now. In other words, they have at least 3 more? Yun Banqing nodded. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched and he said, Go on. I thought you fear nothing. There was a slight smile on her face as she continued. Besides their unfathomable strength, there's one more fearsome thing about them. It's their ability to converge the forces of the Veiled Region. They enjoy extremely high prestige in the Veiled Region, and they can be considered as the leader of the human race. In other words, it's very likely for them to converge the clans and powers of the Veiled Region to deal with the Sword Alliance. Yun Banqing's face turned gloomy as she finished speaking. Yang Ye's face was gloomy as well. While Yun Banqing had said that it was only very likely, he knew that the possibility of that happening was very high. The Sword Alliance had risen too quickly, and it was already like a thorn in the eyes of those powers in the Veiled Region. Now, if someone were to take the lead, there would definitely be many who joined in. If all those powers in the Veiled Region joined forces, the Sword Alliance's future was worrying. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing spoke softly, You don't have to be too worried. Just cross that bridge when you get to it. All we can do is work hard on strengthening the Sword Alliance before they attack. Yang Yi asked, Around how long will it take them to act? A month or so if they're slow. A little over a dozen days if they are quick. It mainly depends on the Yuan clan's patriarch's ability. Even though they are the #1 clan amongst the human race of the Veiled Region, it doesn't represent that the other powers will obey their orders. Besides that, it isn't that easy to convince the other powers, but it isn't very difficult as well. After all, practically the entire Veiled Region considers the Sword Alliance to be their target. Yun Banqing continued, Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. Yang Yi nodded, I understand. Let's put this matter aside for now. As he spoke, he glanced at the pavilions in the distance. Let's head over and see what treasures lie within the Sword God's palace. Yun Banqing nodded. Just like that, they arrived at the nearest pavilion, the Sword Technique Pavilion. A slight smile immediately curled up onto the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he saw those words. Both of them walked into the pavilion. As soon as they stepped foot through the entrance, a strand of sword energy suddenly shot towards Yang Yi. However, it hadn't even arrived in front of him before it was obliterated. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There was a damaged sword formation on the walls of the pavilion. At this moment, A ray of light suddenly shot out from the damaged formation. Yang Yi flicked a strand of sword energy at the sword formation. Bang! The damaged sword formation instantly shattered. After he dealt with the formation, Yang Yi looked towards the depths of the pavilion. There were over 100 pillars of light not too far away from them. Yang Yi glanced at them, and there were actually over 30 Emperor rank techniques, and practically all the others were quasi-Emperor rank techniques. Yang Yi gulped and gazed at Yun Banqing. Isn't this a little unusual? When have Emperor rank techniques been so common? It's very normal, she said. After all, the Sword God's Palace was a titanium rank power. There has only been a single titanium rank power throughout the history of Dark Hell Continent, and it's the Sword God's Palace. Actually, these are definitely not the only treasures in Sword God's Palace, and many others have definitely been lost. Because all those years ago, Sword God's Palace was said to possess all the sword techniques of the entire continent. Moreover, the sword techniques which could arouse the interest of Sword God's Palace were at the quasi-emperor rank at least. Understood. Yang Yi nodded. It isn't Sword God's Palace that's too rich, it's we who are too poor. Yun Banqing, sort of. Yang Yi gazed at her while she gazed at him as well, and they smiled at each other. Yang Yi walked over to those pillars of light, glanced at them, and noticed that all sorts of techniques were within them. In the end, he shook his head because none could draw his attention. It couldn't be helped because he wasn't interested in Emperor rank techniques anymore. Now, all his techniques were void rank techniques. But while they couldn't arouse his interest, they were great treasures for the Sword Alliance. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to wave his right hand and take them all. After that, he gazed at Yun Banqing. Let's go to the next pavilion. She nodded. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, you have no use for those sword techniques, so I... She smiled. Give it to me if I need it, all right? Of course. Yang Yi smiled. Both of them left the pavilion and arrived at the next one. However, they were disappointed because it was completely empty. So, they headed to the next one, but they grew more and more disappointed instead. Because after heading into 8 pavilions in succession, all 8 of them had been empty. Sword God's Palace probably didn't put up any protective measures for them. Yun Banqing continued. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and Sword Technique Pavilion were protected by sword formations. But the pavilions we've just been to weren't protected by any sword formations, nor were there any pillars of light present within them. There are only 2 explanations for that. Firstly, the Sword God's Palace didn't set up any protective measure for them, like how the Sword Technique Pavilion's contents were protected by pillars of light. If such protective measures weren't taken, then the treasures within those pavilions would have definitely vanished after experiencing over 10,000 years of time. As for the other explanation, someone has been here and taken all of it. However, it's very unlikely. Yang Yi said, forget it. If there aren't any treasures, then there aren't. As he spoke, he gazed at the final pavilion. Should we take a look? Yun Banqing replied. What do you think? Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them traveled to the last pavilion, the shuttle pavilion. The shuttle pavilion? Yang Yi frowned, and then he entered it with Yun Banqing. Both Yang Yi and Yun Banqing were stunned once they stepped foot through the entrance. The pavilion was extremely wide, and a huge ship was at the center of it. The ship was extremely long and wide, and it was very tall as well. It was a colossus. There were 10 almost 300 m wide turrets on each of the 4 sides of the ship. Especially the top of the ship, there was an almost 1 kilometer long turret there. Meanwhile, Yun Banqing cried out involuntarily, a void cloud shuttle. Yang Yi gazed at her. A void cloud shuttle? You're rich. She suddenly grabbed his arm and spoke excitedly. That's a void cloud shuttle. There isn't a single one throughout the continent, including the Veiled region. It can be considered as the last void cloud shuttle on the continent. When he saw how excited she was, Yang Yi couldn't help but ask this question. What's the difference between it and an Imperial Cloud Shuttle? That? She was about to say something when Yang Ye's expression suddenly changed. Someone's here. They turned around and looked out the pavilion while he spoke. It's you. Yang Ye's eyes immediately opened wide. Chapter 1255 Let's Fight. Chapter 1255 Let's Fight. It wasn't a person but an ape standing outside the entrance. The black ape. That ape which Yang Yi had dragged down with him that day. At this moment, the black ape was at a normal size. Yang Yi hadn't expected the black ape to chase him here. Once he recovered from his shock, Yang Yi secretly grew vigilant because this fellow was extremely strong, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The black ape stood on the spot while his gaze locked onto Yang Yi, and then he slammed his fist towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Yun Banqing by the waist with his left hand before tossing her to the side, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground and charged at the black ape. He would naturally not use his fist to go head-on against the black ape. After all, he didn't want to inflict suffering onto himself. A cold glow flashed as his sword shot forward. Sword and fist collided. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded while Yang Yi was blasted 30 m away, and the black ape was pushed around 10 m back as well. Moreover, there was a bloody mark on his fist. It wasn't difficult for Yang Yi to pierce the black ape's defenses while he had a sword in hand. The black ape's face turned gloomy when he saw the injury on his fist. He didn't waste his breath at all and instantly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi immediately sensed a strand of terrifying force assault him, and it felt like a huge mountain crashing down upon him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then Rebirth rank sword intent appeared out of thin air before him. It blocked off the terrifying pressure, and then Yang Yi's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed forward. Oem! Bang! Along with a sword howl and an explosion, the space here swiftly cracked apart, and then rays of light flickered both horizontally and vertically through the surroundings. Yun Banqing clenched her fists tightly when she witnessed this scene, and anxiety filled her eyes. At this moment, both Yang Yi and the black ape were so swift that she couldn't catch sight of them, and she could just see flickering rays of light and hear successive explosions. A Voider Realm demon beast. To a certain extent, Voider Realm demon beasts were much stronger than human voiders. It was none other than because their defensive capabilities were too terrifying. It wasn't even a huge problem for them to go head-on against void rank techniques. Yang Yi's attacks could pierce through the black ape's defenses, but they were only superficial injuries that didn't cause any material harm to the black ape. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and both man and ape separated from each other. There were numerous bloody marks on the black ape's body. As for Yang Yi, there was a wisp of scarlet red seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Based on their outward appearance, Yang Yi had the upper hand. Of course, it was mainly due to the phantom shield. Even the black ape found it difficult to inflict any material harm on Yang Yi, while Yang Yi had the phantom shield. However, even the phantom shield couldn't fully protect Yang Yi from the black ape's strength. The black ape was too strong. Even if his strength couldn't penetrate the phantom shield, the aftershock from it couldn't be underestimated. The blood coming from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth had been caused from the impact of their collisions. The black ape stared at Yang Yi, while Yang Yi stared at him as well. A moment later, both man and beast vanished on the spot. They didn't waste their breaths on each other, nor did they have anything to say. The hatred that the black ape held for Yang Yi was truly deep. After all, he'd almost been killed because of Yang Yi. He'd really almost lost his life. Moreover, Yang Yi had threatened him repeatedly. So, how could he endure it? Thus, he decided to pursue Yang Yi in the end. After all, once they entered Sword God's palace, he wouldn't have to fear Yang Yi even if Yang Yi used his sword. Rage blazes when enemies meet. So what was there to say? They fought immediately. Yang Yi had a fiery temper as well. Since the black ape had attacked right away, he naturally wouldn't waste his breath. Even if he intended to say something, he would say it after fighting the black ape. Yang Yi didn't choose to go head-on against the black ape, and he wouldn't dare to do so even if he possessed Rebirth rank sword intent and the phantom shield. After all, the black ape's strength was too terrifying. Just a single punch might cause his internal organs to be injured. He tried to locate the black ape's flaws, but he'd completely failed. The black ape's strength was utterly superior over him, so it was useless even if he could locate the flaws in the black ape's attacks. This time, he slightly understood how his opponents felt. Those with formidable physical bodies were truly too difficult to fight. Not to mention anything else, just that physical defense was sufficient to cause others a huge headache. Bang! Fist and sword collided once more. Yang Ye's sword shook violently while his figure was pushed over 100 m back. As for the black ape, he was pushed around 10 m back as well. But it didn't take long for him to vanish on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. He slammed his fist towards Yang Ye's head. Meanwhile, the phantom shield flashed out before Yang Yi and shielded him against the punch. Bang! The phantom shield shook violently and was blasted flying, but the black ape was pushed around 10 m back as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pressed forward, drew his sword, and swung it forcefully at the black ape. At the same time, the phantom shield followed him like a shadow and appeared by his side. It blocked every single punch that came from the black ape. After he learned to use the phantom shield well, Yang Yi grew more and more immersed in the battle, and he would hurriedly utilize the phantom shield to block the black ape's attack once he swung around 2 times. For a time, Yang Yi actually gained a slight advantage in the battle. Roar! Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly roared with fury. He actually didn't choose to go on the defensive when Yang Ye's sword stabbed at him, and he similarly slammed his fist at Yang Ye's chest. Moreover, his other fist shot towards the phantom shield. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. He naturally didn't dare to risk his life like that while fighting the black ape, so his sword moved slightly to the side and stabbed the black ape's fist. Bang! Bang! The phantom shield and his sword shook violently at the same time, and then Yang Yi was blasted away. As for the black ape, he didn't stop at all, and he immediately shot forward before his fists rained down upon Yang Yi. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions instantly resounded, and Yang Yi was forced back repeatedly by the frenzied attacks of the black ape. Bang! Meanwhile, a pillar of blood surged out from Yang Yi. At the same time, a red glow swept out and instantly pushed the black ape back. A blood-red sword appeared in Yang Ye's grasp, and then he transformed into a ray of red light that vanished on the spot. The black ape's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly swung his right fist forward, and it had just shot forward when a blood-red sword struck it. Bang! Crack! The powerful force within the fist and sword instantly cracked the surrounding space apart, and both the black ape and Yang Yi were blasted away. But just a moment later, both the man and ape charged once more at each other. Just like that, they were locked in fierce combat again. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi blasted the black ape back with a swing of his sword, and then he stopped and said, "Big fella, do you really want to fight to the death?" The black ape stopped as well, and he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You stole my fruits, threatened me to resist that mysterious expert with you, almost cost me my life, and even threatened me repeatedly. Human, you started this war." Yang Yi replied, "Wasn't it just a few fruits? You're being too petty and actually chased me all the way here. You shameless human." As soon as the black ape finished speaking, he was about to attack once more. But the sword god seal suddenly appeared on Yang Ye's forehead, and he was instantly stunned by the sight of it. There was shock, disbelief, astonishment, and even a trace of fear in his fist-sized eyes. The sword god seal. "You." The black ape gazed at Yang Yi. "You obtained the sword god seal." Yang Yi sized up the black ape and recalled the black ape's attitude towards the sword god seal, and he immediately spoke seriously, "Of course, I'm the master of sword god's palace right now." The black ape gazed at the sword god's seal for a long time before he said, "Why did it choose such a shameless human like you?" He seemed like he was speaking to Yang Yi, yet it also seemed like he was speaking to himself. Yang Yi's face instantly darkened when he heard this. "Do you know how to speak to others? What do you mean, shameless human?" The black ape refused to give Yang Yi any face. "You've always been very shameless." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He was just about to speak when the black ape spoke abruptly. "Human, no matter what, since it has chosen you, then don't bring shame to it." The black ape turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Yang Yi was stunned by the sight of this, and he said, "Wait." The black ape turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. "What?" Yang Yi replied, You're leaving just like that?" The black ape answered, "What else would I do?" Yang Yi gulped. "I have the Sword God's seal, so I'm the master of Sword God's palace right now, and you were once a member of Sword God's palace. In other words, you should obey me, right?" The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "You have the Sword God's seal, so you're considered the master of Sword God's palace, but do you possess the founding ancestor's strength?" Yang Yi was speechless. The black ape said, "I once received the founding ancestor's guidance and care while I was young, and it was he who gave the order that the members of Sword God's palace aren't allowed to willfully slaughter the demon beasts on the island. All of us demon beasts on the island feel indebted to him, and it's the same for me. So, I'll let bygones be bygones for what happened between us." Yang Yi said, "So, you consider this as repaying your debt?" The black ape replied, "Sort of." Yang Yi suddenly said, "You're the shameless one." The black ape's face fell. "Human, while I don't want to kill you, I really want to beat you up. Don't force me to attack you." Yang Yi said, "He guided you and took care of you all those years ago, and he even ordered the members of Sword God's palace to not slaughter the demon beasts on the island. He can be said to have given you new life. Yet you intend to repay such a huge debt by deciding not to kill me. So tell me, how are you not shameless? Besides that, while I can't defeat you, you'll definitely be unable to kill me if I choose to flee, right?" The black ape said, "Human, stop beating around the bush and just be frank about your intentions." Yang Yi replied, "I think that you should be a little sincere if you want to repay him. Presently, Sword God's palace has been destroyed, and sword cultivation has fallen into decline, while I carry the heavy responsibility of bringing prosperity back to sword cultivation. But I'm sure you've noticed that I'm so weak and without any backing, so I might be killed at any moment." Thus, Yang Yi gazed at the black ape and continued, "So, I think that if you really want to repay your debt, then you should help me. Help me breathe new life into sword cultivation throughout the continent and allow the past members of Sword God's palace to have a home to return to." The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "Go on. Continue trying to trick me." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1256, I don't want to jump into your trap. Chapter 1256, I don't want to jump into your trap. Human, don't even dream about making me fight for you. The black ape turned around and started walking away. Demon beasts were proud, let alone a voider realm expert like the black ape. If Yang Ye's strength was utterly superior to his own, then perhaps it would be possible. However, Yang Ye's current strength wasn't enough at all. Yang Yi knew that, but he wasn't prepared to give up. He obstructed the black ape's path and said, "Don't act like you want to hit me. Let me just ask you whether you want to leave this place." The black ape replied, "I can leave whenever I want." Yang Yi shook his head. "Not leave this place, leave this world." The black ape's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi replied, "This world is like a cage to all of you. Don't you want to leave this cage?" Most would choose to leave upon attaining the Emperor realm. Of course, that was because of the Heaven Tao in the Radiant Dimension. Even though there was no Heaven Tao here, he was certain that they would definitely want to leave this world. No one was willing to be trapped, especially experts at the black ape's level. The black ape gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "No one doesn't want to leave, but can anyone leave? Can you?" Yang Yi nodded. "I can." Even though he didn't know if he could really leave, it was a matter for the future. Presently, he didn't want to give up on this big fella. After all, a voider was too important to the Sword Alliance. So, it was just as the black ape had said, he had to continue deceiving the black ape. How laughable! The black ape spoke coldly. "Human, you're truly laughable. Do you know what the voider realm humans and demon beasts of this world have been doing most of their life? They've been thinking about how to escape this world. Because the voider realm is the limit of a medium world, and if we want to attain a higher realm of cultivation, we must leave this place and head to a large world to seek energy of higher quality than quintessence violet energy. But since Dark Hell Continent suffered that calamity, no one has been able to leave, including us and many other voiders who've fallen in the past. Why?" The black ape pointed up at the sky, because that energy isn't something that a voider can resist. Human, you say that you can leave, and that's truly beyond laughable. Even if you want to deceive me, please look for a better reason. I never said that I can accomplish it right now. Yang Yi looked the black ape in the eyes and said, let me ask you another question. If Senior Jin Wuji was still alive, then would he be able to leave this world? The black ape spoke in a slightly angry tone. Of course. Yang Yi pointed at himself. Do you think I'll be able to attain the same height as Senior Jin Wuji in my life? Right. I'm only a mid-rank saint right now. As he spoke, Yang Yi removed the sword domain's concealment, and his cultivation was completely exposed before the black ape. The black ape fell silent as he gazed at Yang Yi. If he were to be honest, the human before him really was the most monstrous genius he'd ever met. Even the geniuses of Sword God's palace from all those years couldn't compare to Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi possessed such a formidable physical body at such a young age, and his sword intent was even above the void rank. Besides that, Yang Yi could fight a voider like him while at the Saint Realm. Even though Jin Wuji was a towering mountain that everyone could only look up to, this human before him was truly an extraordinarily monstrous genius. Yang Yi paid no attention to what the black ape was thinking and continued. Just give me time, and I'll definitely be able to surpass Jin Wuji's accomplishments. At that time, would it be difficult to leave this place? The black ape remained silent for a short while before he said, what does all of that have to do with me? He walked around Yang Yi while he spoke and started walking towards the exit. However, Yang Yi obstructed his path again. How is it not related to you? If I surpass Jin Wuji, it will represent that I can leave this world. Since I can leave, it represents that I can bring others out with me. Understand? The black ape gazed at Yang Yi. Human, I have to admit that you're truly a monstrous genius, and even if you can't attain the same height as the founding ancestor, you will definitely not be much inferior. I also believe that once you've grown further, it's very likely that you'll be able to leave this world. But how many years would that take? 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or 10,000 years? 10 years. Yang Yi looked the black ape in the eyes. 10 years. The black ape replied, have you gone mad? Yang Yi replied, I'm only a little over 20 now, yet I'm already capable of fighting voiders. So, do you think I'm mad? He'd intended to say 2 years, because he had to leave this place in 2 years. But it would definitely be unrealistic in the black ape's opinion. The black ape gazed at Yang Yi and remained silent for a long time. I won't submit to a human. I never asked you to submit. Yang Yi continued, we can work together. Follow me for 10 years, and I'll take you out of this world in 10 years. If I fail, then you can just leave. After all, 10 years is just an instant for the demon race, right? The black ape fell silent. The black ape was slightly moved. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, you might never be able to leave if you rely on your own strength. Yet now, you might be able to leave if you spend 10 years of your time with me. Why don't you take the gamble? It's just 10 years. Do you think I'm a fool? The black ape glanced at him and said, based on your character and temper, I can only imagine how many times I'll have to fight for you during those years. I don't want to jump into your trap. Yang Yi chuckled with embarrassment. Fighting is unavoidable, right? The world outside is full of wonder. Are you really sure that you don't want to head out and have a look? 10 years, it'll only take 10 years, and you'll have the chance to leave this place. 10 years is all you need to obtain a chance to charge into a higher realm of cultivation. 10 years is all it'll take to possibly change your fate. 10 years. Stop. The black ape suddenly interrupted Yang Yi and said, I might also die because of you during those 10 years, right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The black ape suddenly said, help me do something and I'll follow you for 10 years. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he felt delighted. What? The black ape replied, help me see something. See something? Yang Yi asked, what is it? The black ape suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped Yang Yi's body. Your body is at the divine shift realm right now? Yang Yi nodded. The black ape spoke in a slightly tempting voice. Do you want to attain the epic realm? Yang Yi asked, what are you trying to say? The black ape pointed at a certain direction. There's an energy convergence pool on the island. The sword god's palace created it all those years ago, and it's capable of converging the natural essence of the world. In other words, the various types of energy in the world and the energy of the earth. After absorbing for over 20,000 years, the energy within it is extremely pure, and it's very likely that you'll attain the epic realm by absorbing some of its contents. Yang Yi blinked. There's definitely something guarding it, right? Smart. The black ape continued. There's a fellow who has occupied the area. We have to beat him down if we want to get the energy convergence pool. Yang Yi asked, You can't defeat him? The black ape had quite an unsightly expression on his face, and he hesitated for a while before he nodded. Yang Ye's expression became quite unnatural when he heard this. After all, even the black ape couldn't defeat that fellow. So how terrifying was that fellow? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I'm sure you know that I can't use my sword upon leaving this place, so my strength will be reduced significantly. The black ape replied, In any case, I've given you my condition, so do as you see fit. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Why do we have to seize it? We can just steal it. The black ape was stunned. Steal it? Yang Yi nodded, and then he concealed his aura. Look, can you sense my aura? The black ape shook his head. That won't work. That fellow will be guarding it all day and night, so you won't have an opportunity to steal it. Yang Yi pointed at the black ape. Isn't there two of us here? You go draw his attention and I'll do the stealing, understand? The black ape frowned and was slightly hesitant. Yang Yi said, You just have to keep him busy, not fight him to the death. We'll run as soon as I get it. You wouldn't be incapable of even keeping him busy for a short while, right? What nonsense. The black ape spoke furiously. Even though I can't defeat him, it's impossible for him to defeat me with ease. I'm just thinking about whether you would just flee once you've gotten it. You're doubting me? Yang Yi spoke furiously. Am I such a person? Am I? The black ape spoke seriously. I think you are. Yang Yi was speechless. I'll trust you this time. Meanwhile, the black ape suddenly said, Human, the contents of the energy convergence pool might be able to help you attain the epic realm, but it isn't very useful to me, because my body is already at the epic realm, and it's very difficult for me to improve it further. I want the energy within the pool for other reasons. So, don't worry. Yang Yi continued, I'm not one who goes back on my word. The black ape glanced at Yang Yi and said, I'll trust you this time. Go get ready and come meet at my territory later. The black ape shot out of the hall once he finished speaking. Avoider realm demon beast. The epic realm. Yang Yi took a deep breath. If he could obtain the black ape's help and improve his body to the epic realm, then he would be much more confident in facing the experts from the Veiled region. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yun Banqing. Are you all right? She shook her head slightly. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would truly find it impossible to believe that a saint was actually able to kill a voider and fight a voider realm demon beast. During this period that she stayed by Yang Ye's side, she'd been constantly shocked by him. After all, she'd witnessed a saint kill a voider and fight a voider realm demon beast. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never believe such things were possible. Yang Yi smiled. Let's not talk about that. Tell me about the Void Cloud Shuttle. I don't really know much about it. She nodded slightly and gazed at the Void Cloud Shuttle. If you have sufficient violet crystals, then it's actually equivalent to a voider. It's equivalent to a voider? Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 1257, You wouldn't try to repay me with your body, right? Chapter 1257, You wouldn't try to repay me with your body, right? A voider. What was a voider? It was equivalent to the top force in this world. Yang Yi knew that Yun Banqing wouldn't make irresponsible remarks, so he gazed at her to indicate that she should continue. Yun Banqing said, See that turret at the top? The method to forge that turret has been lost in this world. It can be said that our world isn't capable of creating such a ship anymore. Even the Sword God's palace probably exhausted painstaking effort to create just one. Only the Sword God's palace was capable of creating one. Yang Yi walked over to it, stretched out his hand, and touched it. It felt icy cold to the touch. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before slamming his fist forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, but the void cloud shuttle didn't move at all. But Yang Yi was pushed around 10 back instead. Shock flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. How strong! It can probably even resist the attacks of voiders. Yun Banqing said, besides its shocking defensive capabilities, its offensive capabilities are absolutely terrifying as well. If you're willing to use your violet crystals on it, then it's actually equivalent to a voider. Let's head in and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Yun Banqing leaped up into the void cloud shuttle. It had a very level deck, the ground was covered in all sorts of mysterious symbols, and there was a control room at the center of the ship. They walked into the control room. There were numerous buttons and a control panel in the control room. Yun Banqing pointed at the control panel and said, "This should be used for controlling its direction. As for the rest, I don't really know much. However, I'll be able to figure it out if I'm given some time." Yang Yi nodded. Violet crystals aren't a problem. If it really can pose a threat to voiders, then it'll be an immense help to us. She said, "Actually, there's another use for it, and it's to fly through space. Ordinary Imperial cloud shuttles can't travel through space, but a void cloud shuttle can." She suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point, and then she continued, "Was what you told the black ape true?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he understood what she meant. He immediately nodded. "It was true." She asked, "Are you really confident in being able to leave this world?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not, but I have to give it a try." As he spoke, he grabbed Yun Banqing's shoulder and leaped off the shuttle. After that, he waved his right hand and put it away. He said, "Let's study it later. Now, let's go look for that big fellow." Yun Banqing nodded, and they left the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, Yang Yi stood there and gazed silently at the surroundings. No one knew what he was thinking. "Actually, this place can be used as the Sword Alliance's base of operations," said Yun Banqing. While many areas here had been damaged, there were many whole areas as well. For example, the buildings here were built using special materials, so ordinary emperors were utterly incapable of damaging them. Moreover, there were formidable formations protecting the space here. For example, even the battles between Yang Yi and the Voider from before or the battle with the Black Ape hadn't damaged the space here. Even if it was slightly damaged, it was repaired in a moment. In short, if the Sword Alliance's headquarters was established here, then it would definitely be extremely beneficial because many things are already readily available here. Yang Yi nodded as he'd had a similar thought. However, it was impossible right now. Why? Because of that mysterious expert. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Let's go." Yun Banqing nodded. They left Sword God's palace and headed out of the area. Because of his sword intent, the sword formations along the way were completely useless against them, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the area that was in ruins. As they traveled through the area, the sound of battle resounded from afar. Yun Banqing gazed at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi shook his head. There's no need to pay any attention to them. As he spoke, he continued forward. Yun Banqing followed him and said, "I thought you would want to head over and take a look." He replied, "Fighting here would be for no reason other than treasures or some sort of enmity. Regardless of which one it is, it has nothing to do with us." "Why did you help me on the shuttle here?" Yun Banqing asked. "I've been curious for a long time." Yang Yi said, "Because we'd become acquainted with each other, so I wasn't able to stand by idly and watch you die." Yun Banqing glanced at him and lowered her head slightly. "If it wasn't for you, the fate I would face. You merely lifted a hand, in your opinion, but in my opinion, it's a debt I'll owe for eternity. I know that saying thank you is meaningless, so Yang Yi joked, "You wouldn't try to repay me with your body, right?" She was slightly stunned, and then she fell silent. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "I was joking. To be honest, you don't really have to care about that. In any case, you've joined the Sword Alliance, so you're one of my own now. Since you're on my side, there's no need to be so courteous with me. If I need your help in the future, I won't hold back as well." She nodded slightly. "All right." Yang Yi smiled, and then he suddenly stopped moving. He looked towards an area of the ruins and said, "Do I have to make you show yourselves?" A moment of silence ensued, and it didn't take long for two middle-aged men and a woman to appear before Yang Yi and Yun Banqing, an emperor and two quasi-emperors. A middle-aged man in a black robe sized up Yang Yi and Yun Banqing before he asked, "Based on the direction both of you came from Sword God's palace, right?" Yang Yi nodded. The three of them exchanged glances, and then the black-robed middle-aged man said, "You can enter Sword God's palace now?" Yang Yi nodded, "Indeed, because now that the Sword God seal was gone, anyone could enter it now. However, it was pointless because he'd taken everything." Meanwhile, Yun Banqing suddenly said, "Perhaps you'll be able to find some treasures if you go now. We're too weak and didn't dare go too far." The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, "You didn't obtain any treasures?" Yun Banqing nodded. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and Yun Banqing. "Leave your spatial rings behind and you can fuck off." Yun Banqing immediately shook her head upon hearing this. She'd only said that because she wanted them to leave as soon as possible. She could be considered to be giving them a chance to live. Unfortunately, they didn't appreciate her kind intentions. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you sure you want our spatial rings?" The middle-aged man replied, "You don't want to fuck off?" Yang Yi chuckled. A moment later, a ray of light flashed, and then Yang Yi appeared behind the middle-aged man while the middle-aged man's figure stiffened. It didn't take long for a strand of blood to spray out from the center of his forehead. Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the corpse away. While he couldn't refine more sword servants now, he could do it once his strength improved. The other man and woman were stunned when they saw the middle-aged man being killed in an instant. Yang Yi paid no attention to them. He gazed at Yun Banqing and said, "Let's go." She nodded and walked off with Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to vanish from the man and woman's fields of vision. Once Yang Yi and Yun Banqing left, the woman's voice trembled as she spoke. He's a sword cultivator." The man nodded. "He is? I never expected a sword cultivator to actually come here. He was so young yet was actually able to kill an emperor in an instant." When he spoke up to this point, both the man and woman's eyes opened wide at the same time. "He's the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi. He's the Sword Alliance's master, Yang Yi." They spoke simultaneously. They looked at each other for a long time before the woman took a deep breath, and shock filled her eyes as she said, "He's definitely Yang Yi. He definitely is. Otherwise, there's no other young sword cultivator who's that strong." The man nodded with a solemn expression on his face. "He definitely is." The woman's eyes were still filled with shock. He actually dared to come here. Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, "Remember that we should act like we never saw him." She was puzzled. Why? He spoke solemnly. "The Sword Alliance is extremely influential throughout the continent, and Yang Yi is so terrifying. He came here in secret, so if we are to spread the news of his presence here, what if it displeases him? Do you think we would be able to live?" She nodded solemnly. "I understand." The man glanced at the surroundings and said, "I'd thought we'd found someone to rely on, but I never expected that he would be instantly annihilated like that. Our strength isn't sufficient for us to survive here, so I've decided to return to the oceanic shuttle. What about you?" She hesitated for a moment and nodded. "All right." While they traveled, Yun Banqing asked, "Why didn't you kill them?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "You wanted me to kill them?" She chuckled and didn't speak further. It didn't take long for them to leave the ruins and travel to the mountain range where the black ape resided. As soon as they arrived there, the black ape appeared before them. The black ape immediately gazed at Yun Banqing and said, "Leave this little girl here." Yang Yi gazed at her, and she nodded in response. Meanwhile, the black ape continued, "She can go to the gorge that I reside in. My aura lingers there, so most demon beasts would dare not enter that area." Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 5 Emperor Realm sword servants appeared here. "Miss Yun, your safety should be guaranteed with these 5 puppets by your side. Just wait for us there." She nodded and said, "Be careful." Yang Yi smiled, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the black ape. "Let's go." Both of them nodded and shot towards the distance. Yang Yi couldn't help but ask while they traveled, How strong is that demon beast who's guarding the energy convergence pool? The black ape replied, how strong do you think he is after bathing in the pure energy within the pool all day and night for so long? Yang Yi asked, how many Voider Realm demon beasts are there throughout the island? The black ape replied, 2. Me and him. Yang Yi asked another question. What type of demon beast is he? The black ape fell silent for a short while, and then he answered, I don't know. Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 1258 Brother Black. Hold on. Chapter 1258 Brother Black. Hold on. You don't know? Yang Yi was stunned and said, how can you possibly not know? The black ape replied, he isn't a demon beast from the island. He came here from the outside world, and he has maintained human form since he arrived. So, even I don't know what his true form is. Yang Yi asked, you fought him? The black ape nodded. There's no place for 2 tigers on a single mountain. Since he came here, I naturally had to fight him. Yang Yi asked, you lost to him while he remained in human form? The black ape nodded once more. A solemn expression appeared on Yang Ye's face. After all, demon beasts were at their strongest once they returned to their true form. But that mysterious demon beast had actually been able to defeat the black ape without returning to his true form. Such strength wasn't just slightly superior to the black ape, it was very much superior. The black ape remained silent for a short while before he suddenly said, we're here. Yang Yi stopped and looked towards the distance. There was a mountain not too far away from them. It wasn't very large, just around 1 kilometer wide and less than 3 kilometers tall. There was something like a cave at the center of the mountain, right at its bottom. The cave wasn't very large, and it was just around 300 m wide and less than 1 kilometer high. The black ape turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and he said, let me remind you that you better not get discovered. If he discovers you and goes after you, then I won't be able to save you, because my speed can't compare to his. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. I'll be careful. You should be careful as well. Don't get killed. The black ape grunted coldly. It's true that I'm no match for him, but it isn't so easy for him to kill me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed me to remain on the island all these years. In our realms of cultivation, trying to kill each other would definitely result in both of them being severely injured. Let's not talk about that anymore. Just be careful. Once he finished speaking, the black ape suddenly shot forward. As soon as he shot forward, a wave of terrifying aura surged out from within the cave. Yang Ye's heart instantly shook when he noticed the aura, because it was very strong and much stronger than the black ape. Accompanying the aura was a tall and robust man who walked out of the cave. He was much taller than Yang Yi and even much wider. If Yang Ye's figure were to be compared with his, then it would be like comparing a child with an adult. The man's upper body was completely bare and covered in crimson stripes. As for his face, and especially his eyes, they were filled with extremely viciousness. The middle-aged man glanced at the black ape before he said, fuck off. His voice was like a thunderclap that caused the space around him and the black ape to tremble violently. Yang Ye's expression grew even more solemn. The black ape didn't waste his breath and just slammed his fist at the middle-aged man. The viciousness in the middle-aged man's eyes grew stronger, and he didn't waste his breath as well. His figure immediately charged at the black ape. The battle between 2 great Voider Realm demon beasts caused 2 waves of terrifying aura to sweep out towards the surroundings, and countless demon beasts on the island instantly started shivering. Yang Yi was quite terrified by the scene of the battle. The black ape's physical strength and defenses were extremely terrifying, but the middle-aged man's physical strength and defenses were even more terrifying. His fists were swift as lightning, and it caused the black ape to be in a completely disadvantaged position. If he were to fight the middle-aged man, then he would be crippled even if he used the phantom shield in battle. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, took a deep breath, and then started sneaking towards the cave. Because he had the sword domain to conceal his aura and coupled with the fact that the black ape was keeping the middle-aged man busy, so Yang Yi was able to enter the cave without encountering any problems. The cave was huge, and even the black ape could fit in it after returning to his true form. However, The cave was completely pitch black without even a speck of light, and it felt gloomy and cold. Yang Yi didn't dare speed up, because if he moved too quickly and caused a commotion, then it would be game over for him. The cave wasn't level, and it descended downwards instead. Yang Yi went downwards all the way. There was no light in the cave, so it just happened to be suitable for his laws of darkness. Yang Yi had a vigilant expression on his face, because this place was quite strange, so he didn't dare act carelessly at all. Yang Yi was quite surprised by how deep the cave was because he'd been walking for almost 15 minutes, yet he still hadn't reached the end of it. Not only had he not reached the end of it, there wasn't even a speck of light in here. So, Yang Yi couldn't help but speed up. After walking for around an hour, a little bit of white light appeared in the distance. Yang Yi was delighted at the sight of that light, and he sped up. The light ahead grew larger and larger as he traveled forward. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the end of the path, and then he was stunned. There was a pool made of unknown metal in the distance. It wasn't large, and it was only around 300 m in both length and width. The pool was floating in midair while 4 translucent crystal tubes stood beneath it. The tubes stretched down below the surface, and energy that was in liquid form would frequently rise from the tubes and converge at the pool. Besides that, there was a huge crystal tube above the pool. It was extremely long, and Yang Yi felt that it probably extended through the entire mountain. Just like the 4 tubes below the pool, pure energy frequently descended from the huge tube. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the center of the pool. The pool was full of pure energy of all colors, and they were extremely pure to the point they'd almost turned solid. Not only that, some had even mutated slightly. For example, the energy of Earth was usually earthen yellow, but the energy of Earth within the pool was golden. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly while a trace of excitement arose in his eyes. His intuition told him that if he absorbed the pure energy here, then it would be extremely likely for his body to advance to the epic realm. Even if he failed to advance, his body would definitely grow much stronger. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly emerged from his chest. Snowy looked around before her gaze locked onto the pool in the distance. Her figure instantly shuddered upon laying eyes on it, and then she intended to fly over to the pool. However, Yang Yi grabbed her in his arms. Snowy turned around to look at Yang Yi, and then she started pointing at the pool with all her might. Moreover, she even tried to struggle free from Yang Ye's embrace while pointing at the pool, and her little face was covered in excitement. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Not now." Snowy blinked, turned around, and then started rubbing her head gently against the center of Yang Ye's palm. Besides that, she frequently kissed his hand while pointing at the pool. Yang Yi was quite amused. He shook his head and spoke softly, "Not now." Snowy looked up at Yang Yi and pursed her lips while an aggrieved expression covered her face. Moreover, mist started to form in her eyes, and it seemed like it would rain at any moment. Yang Ye's heart couldn't help but soften when she acted like that, and he hurriedly kissed her head and said, "It's very dangerous right now. Let's take a bath in it once it's safe, all right?" Snowy quickly stretched out her claw. Yang Yi smiled, took it in his hand, and squeezed it lightly. Snowy immediately revealed a brilliant smile. Yang Yi said, "Hide for now. I'll let you know once it's safe. All right?" Snowy nodded, glanced at the pool, and then stuck out her pure white tongue and licked her lips while reluctance filled her eyes. After that, she turned around to glance at Yang Yi and started waving her claws. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "I'll definitely remember to tell you once it's safe." Snowy flew over to Yang Yi, rubbed her head lightly against Yang Ye's nose, and then waved her claws about for a moment. Yang Ye's heart felt warm. "I'll be careful. Don't worry." She nodded, and then she transformed into a ray of light that entered the pocket of space on Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi didn't take the pool right away, and he sized up the surroundings incessantly instead. Once he confirmed that there were no formations or danger in the surroundings, his figure shot up into the air above the pool. He gazed at the pure energy within the pool for a short while, and then he waved his right hand. The energy within the pool was instantly stored within his spatial ring. Yang Yi hadn't taken the whole pool with him. So long as the pool remained, the formation would work. So long as the formation was working, the pool would one day be filled again. If he took the pool, then the formation here would be damaged. Even though he was selfish, he wasn't without virtue. After he took the energy within the pool, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings before heading back the same way he entered the cave. Yang Yi sped up, and it didn't take long for him to emerge from the cave. At this moment, the black ape was still in battle with the middle-aged man. If the space on the island wasn't extremely strong, even the entire island would have probably been destroyed by their battle. However, it was also because they weren't fighting to the death. Otherwise, the island might really be broken apart. Yang Yi sent a signal to the black ape, and then he snuck into the forest. After that, he sped up. Suddenly, the entire ground started trembling violently. Roar. After that, a furious roar resounded abruptly throughout the island. He noticed. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't continue running and hid himself instead. Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. The black ape had left the battlefield, but his expression suddenly changed before he turned around and slammed his fist forward. Bang! 2 fists collided, and then the black ape was blasted over 1 kilometer back. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and stared fixedly at the black ape. Hand it over. The black ape's eyelids twitched. What are you talking about? Why have you followed the ways of the humans and become so shameless? The middle-aged man's face grew even more ferocious. I'll say it one last time. Hand it over. The black ape clenched his fists slowly. I refuse. Then die. As soon as he spoke, the middle-aged man shot forward. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous loud explosions resounded in the distance. They rumbled like thunderclaps, and they shook the hearts and minds of all who heard them. A long time passed before Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. The black ape had returned to his true form. His figure was like a small mountain, but the middle-aged man was still in human form. However, he was still pushing the black ape back repeatedly. Besides that, Yang Yi was able to clearly discern that the middle-aged man's eyes didn't just carry viciousness, there was killing intent within them as well. The middle-aged man didn't hold back at all. Every single one of his punches slammed hard against the black ape, causing the black ape to be pushed back repeatedly even after he'd returned to his true form. Yang Ye's face fell, because he noticed that the black ape was about to lose. Now, there were 2 paths before him. The first was to leave, and the second was to stay behind and help the black ape. If he left, then so long as he didn't expose himself intentionally, his ability in concealment would make it impossible for even the middle-aged man to find him. But if he helped the black ape, then based on the middle-aged man's strength, it was very likely for him to be crushed while he couldn't use his sword. Flee? Help? Bang! Meanwhile, the black ape was suddenly blasted flying by a punch from the middle-aged man. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw the black ape's body had cracked open, and he said, "Brother Black, hold on. I'll get help for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.